Can you hear me?
I have to say that's.
Hello,
I can.
can you hear me?
I can, Madam Mayor.
Okay, great. Is Commissioner Maliga joining us via Zoom? Was my impression. I see her up there.
She is.
There she
There
is,
she is.
drinking a pina colada.
Get cardboard cutout.
I know, we're gonna get your cardboard cutout, Sarah.
This is my first time Zooming ever for the city meeting. Hi, everybody.
Okay, so would you, Madam Clerk, will you call the roll?
Mayor Betty Resch,
Here?
Commissioner Sarah Maliga,
Present.
What do I need to do?
Tissues. I hardly know you. Did you get everybody?
Yeah, I'm here. I don't know if I was called, but I'm here.
I think we lost Commissioner Maliga.
Oh,
Sarah, your mic's off. You're muted. Well, she's there.
there
There
she
she
is.
is.
Okay,
I did that on purpose.
Okay. We didn't get your here.
Okay,
Yes, I'm here, present.
thank you.
Vice
Okay.
Mayor Herman Robinson, Commissioner Christopher McVoy,
Here.
Commissioner Kimberly Stokes,
Here.
Vice Mayor Herman Robinson.
Again.
Well done. Thank you. Okay, so I'm going to call this meeting of the electric utility meeting tonight, November 30th, 2021 to order. Thank you. That's right on the list. I appreciate you are the smartest man in every room. We're going to have the Pledge of Allegiance led by Commissioner Stokes. Please rise. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. Madam Clerk, are there any additions, deletions, or reordering?
No, Madam Mayor, I have none.
Thank you.
Well, we actually do have the one that's on our table here.
I apologize. You are correct, Commissioner McVoy. We do have the addition of item C, unfinished business, item C, which is resolution 75-2021, establishing an in-community solar program.
With all due respect, when I communicated with the city clerk, she had sent me that it was unfinished item business A. Just to be the first item on it.
She's got it in the agenda as in our agenda packets, it is number A. Although it does say unfinished, well, there's a presentation from, A is,
A is, that's the presentation is separate, but under unfinished business, it should be A. And
well,
Would we like, are we reordering it to item A?
Madam Mayor.
Hi.
Hi.
thank you.
I do recall Commissioner Boyd's point, and I think they're kind of companion items like we've done in the past.
Right.
So I think the request really is presentation A and then moving it up to unfinished business A. And then A becomes B, B becomes C.
Okay, so we'll have the presentation and then we'll have the discussion about the resolution. Okay, Madam Clerk, did you hear that? What we're going to do is take the unfinished business, which you have as C, make it unfinished business A,
motion to approve.
and wait. I'm not done. And when we're, I can't know. And when we have the community solar presentation, we're going to do the resolution right after that. We'll discuss the resolution right after that.
Are we going to do it after both presentations or just the first one, Madam Mayor?
Just the first one, after both?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, it's after both. I'm sorry. After the community solar one, which is the second one anyway.
Okay.
Oh, no, both
They're
two.
both, yeah,
We have two presentations about community solar.
one from staff and one from.
No, it's not our staff, but
No.
they're two different
One that
organizations.
Ed brought in, one that
Okay.
Chris brought in.
Okay. So so that, do you understand? Are we, I just make sure the record's clear, Madam Clerk. So unfinished business C is now unfinished business A. but we're going to hear it out of turn after the presentations.
Correct.
Okay, thank you. So do I have a motion to do that change?
Yes.
All right, second?
Second,
Okay, thank you.
I guess we have to vote.
We should have a vote.
Aye.
All in favor, Commissioner
Aye.
Vega?
Aye.
Okay, thank you. Okey doke. So here we are on presentations. The first one we have is a presentation by Katie Childs Ottenweller about community solar.
I'm nervous that I don't see her up there. Ms. Ellis, have you got her on remote or however one does that? Oh, there she is. Look at that.
Who?
The presenter.
Oh, okay, great.
Hi, good evening. Can y'all hear me?
Yes, you got 10 minutes. Thank you very much.
Okay, perfect. And I have some PowerPoint slides that I sent ahead of time, but I think I can just share them through my screen. Let me just give this a try.
And while you're doing that, I will point out, probably to your embarrassment, that we have before us the granddaughter of Governor Lawton Child.
Oh, Walkin' Lawton. That's great.
Thank you. I am embarrassed, but
You know, like characters.
yep, I was character. Okay, can y'all see my PowerPoint
maybe-
presentation?
Flip it to the full screen and away
Yep.
you go.
I'm doing that right now.
Awesome.
Okay, Madam Clerk, you can start the clock now.
Okay, thank you. Thank you so much for having me this evening and giving me an opportunity to talk about community solar. As I said, my name is Katie Childs Ottenweller. I'm the Southeast Director of Vote Solar. Vote Solar is a nonprofit organization. We have over 30,000 members across Florida and advocate for solar at all scales, from the rooftop up to the big solar farms. And community solar is a really cool evolving area. So happy to dive into that with y'all. And I'm going to talk quick because I've got too many slides to cover in 10 minutes. And I want to save time for any questions that y'all might have. If you have questions as we go, just interrupt me, because I would rather address the questions that you have in case I'm covering things that you've already heard. So quick overview of where we're at in terms of cost effectiveness of solar. This is from Lazard. They put out annual reports on solar cost effectiveness compared to other resources. And you can see kind of right in the middle towards the top, solar PV, community, solar PV, utility scale, and just how economic these resources are, even compared to natural gas, which tends to be, the thing to beat in the market. I want to also just touch on the popularity of solar. 89% of Americans favor expanding solar, strong bipartisan support. We even just did polling a couple weeks ago in Florida, and it was like 93% of Republicans and 93% of Democrats. It's like apple pie and puppies, like nothing polls this well. But solar really does, and for a lot of different reasons. And then a lot of people don't really know what community solar is, but when we start explaining it to them, the interest in actually subscribing to it grows really quickly. So there's a bit of education that has to be done, but once that starts happening, this is a product that universally we see people interested in subscribing to. Community solar, I'm going to talk a little bit about what is community solar, but just want to give you a sense of what's happening in the market. Community solar is growing exponentially, and these numbers are actually out of date and don't include some of the more recent projects that we've seen come from Florida Power and Light and Duke Energy Florida that have basically doubled the capacity of community solar that we've seen across the country. Even that said, community solar is still a pretty small sliver of the overall solar market. I'm going to skip this slide because I feel like it's a little bit in the weeds for what we're trying to do right now, but I want to talk about some of the barriers that we see right now to on-site solar. On-site solar is very popular. We have a lot of interest in rooftop solar in Florida in particular, especially as battery storage is getting cheaper. People like it for kind of the resilience value, the energy security. But even if rooftop solar continues to grow, which is likely, we're going to have a huge portion of the population who's not able to go solar just because of some of the barriers that are in place. So this shows kind of the growth of rooftop or customer-sided solar over the last decade. We still have 36 to 74 million residences and businesses that could go solar but haven't gone solar yet. But that leaves 75 million to 113 million households and businesses that do not have on-site solar access because they're multifamily, because they're renting, because they don't have suitable roof space. Lots of reasons why people really can't access rooftop solar, even if they wanted to. So let's talk about the solution set. Community solar. So this is local arrays located in the community that are shared by community members who are receiving credit for subscribing to that community solar system on their electric bills. And you can see here, you know, at its most basic level, you're subscribing to a portion of that solar system that's not located on your own property. It's located somewhere in the community. Okay, so, sorry about that. This is just a 101 of what that generally looks like. And there are lots of different models and ways of doing this, but at a basic level, a community solar project is developed. It can be developed by a utility to offer to its own customers. That's the model that we're seeing the most in Florida. It can be developed by a third party if there is enabling legislation at the state level that allows a third party to offer that. Florida does not have that kind of enabling legislation right now. And it could actually be community owned in the most basic sense. And, you know, the financial benefits of that shared. We're not seeing a whole lot of that happening in Florida right now either. But step two, once it's been developed, is customers subscribe and they receive a certain portion of energy or capacity from a number of panels that they are subscribing to. That can be based on an upfront payment or maybe pay as you go or even save as you go, depending on how the program is structured. The subscribers get a bill credit based on how much energy is actually produced. And the final step in this is actually receiving some kind of tangible economic benefit or saving on your utility bill for that. So over the years, we've seen community solar be used in a lot of different ways. But the model that I just described in the last slide is generally what we're talking about when we say community solar. There has to be some credit on a utility bill. It should be based on kind of the value that is being delivered to the utility from the solar that's being produced. And it should be tied to a specific project. I wanted to hit on a few guiding principles, and these are places where we see utilities sort of getting tripped up when they're developing their community solar programs. One is, if you're launching a community solar project, you should be developing new solar assets. Customers want to know that these projects have integrity, that there are actual new megawatts being developed based on the, you know, investment that they're making in this. So, you know, big no-no to take a solar farm that's already in existence and repurpose it as community solar. This needs to be something where there's a ribbon cutting and customers can say, okay, I'm a part of making this new solar happen in my community. The second kind of guiding principle is it should be expanding consumer access. So you should be looking at who are the folks who don't have access to rooftop solar right now, and how can we make a product that really works for them? We spend a lot of time in particular making sure that these programs are available to low-income customers, customers who live in multifamily housing, people who really don't have the ability to access rooftop solar. Let's figure out how to make this program workable for them. Another segment that draws a lot of interest is commercial customers, small businesses, medium businesses, and customers who have, you know, maybe they've got a commitment to, you know, having some kind of sustainability goals or something like that, and they want to be able to participate in something, but they don't have the capital to invest in their own projects. figuring out, what really matters to them. So a lot of it is getting out, talking to customers and figuring out, what would it take for you to subscribe to something? What are you looking for? What kind of return do you need? And sort of using that as the basis for developing a program. We touched on this already, but offering tangible economic benefits. Some utilities offer kind of premium forever programs. And I have been working in this area in the South for over a decade. I've never seen one of those programs do well. When it's kind of framed as community solar, it needs to have some tangible economic benefit where maybe they're not saving money on day one, but there is some value proposition for them over the horizon of their subscription where they're actually going to be able to participate in the savings that are coming from solar. Because as we saw from those cost declines, solar does offer savings to the grid. And then, making sure that fair market competition, that you're taking advantage of solar developers that are based in Florida or that want to come to Florida and can develop these projects, using competitive processes in that way, super important for bringing the cost down, and then complementing existing programs. So, if you have something like net metering or rooftop solar program, this should really be complementary to that and not seeking to undermine policies that are already in place. I'm not going to go into this in whole detail. Y'all will have these slides, but there are different ways of structuring these subscriptions. You could do it as, an upfront payment or kind of a pay-as-you-go. The pay-as-you-go programs tend to be easier for residential customers to participate in. And those are the models that we're seeing really be incredibly successful in Florida now. So if there's an opportunity to go that way, I would definitely recommend that. This is a survey that asked customers who are interested in subscribing to community solar, what matters to you? What are the benefits that you want to receive? And you can—
Madam Mayor, that's 10 minutes.
Oh, okay.
Very much.
I am out of time. So
We are out of time. Thank you very much. We appreciate it.
no problem.
Thank
I'm
you.
going to leave all these with you. If you have any other questions, my contact information is at the end. So
And if
feel
you
free to reach
could-
out to me.
Madam Clerk, do we have that presentation? We'd like to put that on the website so that people can see it.
It's in the
We
back.
do.
It's in the backup. It is in the backup. All right. Okay, it's in the backup, folks. Thank you. Thank you. And
Thanks, y'all.
have a great holiday season.
Thank you. Have a good evening.
Yep, you too. Next, we have a
Thank you.
presentation by Brian Fitzpatrick and Eric Misbach of Next Amp with an industry perspective on community solar. I see no one by the name up there. Brian Fitzpatrick. All right, there we go. Mr. Fitzpatrick, good evening.
I do know that this is Eric Misbach, also with Nexamp with Brian. I know Brian is on the call, and I see him. It does appear as if he's muted to this point, but he'll kick us off.
Okay, thank you very much.
Can you unmute Brian or Brian?
Do you know that you're muted, sir?
I'm sorry, I did not know that I had unmuted on my end.
No. Okay, just introduce yourself and where you're from, and your 10 minutes go now.
Sounds good. Thanks very much. My name is Brian Fitzpatrick. I'm with Nextamp, and I'm joined here tonight by my colleague Eric Misbach with Nextamp also. We are private developers, owners, and operators of community solar assets across the US. I think we're one of the leading companies in the country doing that. And we'll go ahead and kick off our presentation. So let me go ahead and share my screen and get this moving here for you. And yes, we're going to talk tonight about a kind of an industry perspective, and wanted to just give you the understanding that Nextamp is a company. We are focused on decarbonizing the US from a consumer perspective, also for companies and also for municipalities and the public sphere. And so
I just have one, are you a for-profit or nonprofit company?
we are for profit.
Thank you.
Okay. So I hope you can you see this presentation okay?
It's beautiful.
Great,
Well,
thank
we're
you.
seeing-
It doesn't give much information, but it's lovely.
All right, well, we have some fancy pictures. So just to let you know, we're in the solar business here. I'm sure you've all seen the solar before, obviously, and I'm familiar with the project that you have down in the landfill as well. So we
I don't
developed.
think the presentation's
Yeah,
up.
it's still lovely, but with no information.
We just see your background.
Color, you're right, it's your like screen.
It's rainbow colors is what we're seeing.
Oh boy. Okay. I'm wasting the 10 minutes pretty well, aren't I? 1 second.
We'll give you a couple extra seconds. In a generous mood.
Thank you.
Been a long day.
Let's see here. Okay, let's try this a different way. Sorry about the technical difficulties.
He would be working on the subscription side and these guys would be working on the physical side.
Idea.
Okay, can you see the photos now?
We're still the same. We're still on the colorful, there we go. Now
Going
we
back
see
to
you.
you.
Okay,
But,
let's try this one more time here.
No, it is on the backup for people looking. You can see it on the city website in the
Okay.
agenda backup.
Sounds good. All right. Can you see the revolutionizing the future of clean energy?
No,
Are we
nothing.
Oh boy.
um,
Not sure why it's not sharing the screen.
would it be, Ms. Ellis, do you have a copy of the PowerPoint that came?
So I will share it on my screen.
Okay,
There it is.
all right, there we go.
Okay, thank you very much. If you want to go into presentation mode, and I will let you know when to advance the slides, and appreciate all your patience here. Thank you very much.
Oh, hold on. Let me enable. Come on.
Somewhere there's the full screen, but I don't know.
Oh,
There we go. And if you just go to the slideshow, where it says slideshow in the top red, there you go, and just go to begin from beginning. There you go. Excellent. All right.
all right, there you go.
That'll work.
Okay. I think this will work.
Yeah.
I think we're in good shape. So thanks again for having us. Sorry about the delay. So you can go ahead and move to the next slide where we have some pretty pictures of solar panels. And I was mentioning, we're familiar with the solar project that we have down at the landfill. And I wanted to talk a little bit about some of the opportunity we have of doing some more solar down at the landfill. And we can go to the next slide, please. So a little bit about NextAmp. As I mentioned earlier, we're a community solar company, for profit. We have over 50,000 subscribers to our community solar projects. And those projects are giving on average about a 12.5% annual savings to each customer. So we're in the business of providing community solar, if not at the avoided cost that consumers are paying, then it would be at a discount and avoiding having solar being sold at a premium. Next slide, please. So a little bit more about NextAmp. We're a national company with a national presence. We're doing projects out of all of our main offices here across the US. We're now over 300 people strong and developing projects throughout the Southeast, Midwest, and all of the main community solar markets across the country. Next slide, please. So going back to the landfill, I know that Lake Worth has an opportunity right now to develop a project down at the landfill, and taking a closer look at that, we think that that may be around about 4 megawatts in size, just from kind of a desktop view of the site. And I think there's a lot of opportunity there to provide a community solar project that would work in tandem with the utility and assist the utility in creating a subscription-based community solar program whereby we would contract with the utility and help with that billing mechanism. Next slide, please. So one of the things that we offer is it's really two things. On the front end, it's customer acquisition and finding those community solar customers. And through that, we're working in many markets that have what's called an LMI component, low to moderate income component. So we have many customers, many different class ranges in many of the different markets that we work. Next slide, please. So these are projects that we develop, we construct, we engineer, and own and operate for the long term. And so we're your partner every step of the way and through the ownership process and through the maintenance of the system. So we're in it for the long haul. Next slide, please. So I have an energy storage slide on here. I know that resiliency is obviously a hot topic right now, especially in a lot of coastal regions. And so we have done quite a few storage projects. We would be able to mix storage into this. Of course, it adds to the cost. But just wanted to put this slide up to let you know that we do have experience in that area, and we can answer questions about storage as well as it pairs with solar and community solar. Next slide, please. And so we also get a lot of questions about sustainability and our internal and external practices for sustainability and our environmental stewardship. We have sheep on over 28 of our sites. We have our own internal sustainability goals. Many of our sites are registered national wildlife habitats. And so we're constantly pushing the envelope as to how much more we can do on our different sites. Next slide, please. I'm going to hand it over to my colleague, Eric, who can talk a little bit more about the mechanics of community solar. And I know that we're going to be covering some of the same items that Katie covered here, but I think these are some important points.
Thank you, Brian. Thank you for having us both. Katie Otenweiler definitely did give a great overview of how community solar works. So I'll make these next few slides pretty brief. You can move on to the next slide. This is our standard graphic about how it works. Of course, solar electricity isn't going directly from the solar farm. Some people call it a solar garden. It's not going directly into someone's home. It's going into the utility grid, into the larger electric grid. And then consumers who choose to participate will get credit for a share of that electricity on their electric bill. It's a financial transaction on the customer's electric bill. Nexamp has been doing this for a long time. And you can stay on this slide, we find it really important to make sure that our community solar subscription model is equitable and accessible. Community solar is not accessible to all if there are any upfront costs or if there are minimum credit requirements. So we've designed our model to be completely free of any upfront costs, completely free of any cancellation penalties, and there are no credit checks involved in the process. Our customers include renters. You don't need to own your home. You don't even need to have your own roof. You can live in an apartment building and you can still participate in our pay-as-you-go, or as Katie put it, save-as-you-go community solar subscription model. So as this slide shows, we have a lot of happy customers, and we're always looking to expand the potential group of people who could participate in our form of community solar. And we'd be excited to work with you to figure out a model that might exist by selling power to the municipal utility and being able to help arrange a way for residents in the community to benefit directly from that solar power. On the next slide, one thing that is important in having the community solar experience is having the experience in interacting with those customers after they sign up. So once someone has chosen to participate in community solar, there is billing involved in that. And so with our over 50,000 customers, we have experience in a lot of different billing solutions. And that's something that we'd also be excited to work with the commission on and with the municipal utility to determine how we can assist in the billing process while also providing this new source of clean energy.
Yeah, thanks for Eric, and I'll just round up here a little bit. We would be obviously excited to come up with solutions to help breathe some life into this community solar resolution. I think it's important to note that a project, if it's at the landfill, for example, it really needs a strong and utility infrastructure around it for us to tie into. So we'd be working closely with the utility to make sure that that happens.
If you could wrap up, we're going to give you a few extra seconds. You have something to say to close up, but you did lose some time.
Sure. Thank you very much. So yes, I understand that that there are a couple of different. We're talking about a couple of different things here, but really, the idea of NextAmp and a company coming in and helping with billing solutions for a community solar project is very possible. That's the business that we're in, and we'd be happy to work with the commission and the utility to find a solution that will work. We believe that we have the technology and the talent to make this project happen.
So I'm assuming that if we do put out an RFP, you will be submitting a proposal.
Correct.
Okay. Thank you very much. Thank you for your time. We appreciate it. Because this is a presentation, we can't ask questions. So we're going to have to talk amongst ourselves. I mean, right?
I think that's fine. We may want to, well, Herman's looking puzzled, like he.
Herman is looking puzzled.
Is that a standard rule?
Generally, that's been kind of, once in a while we get it. This is going to be, there's a lot of unanswered questions, but I think that they're unanswered questions for the, not particularly this company, but in general.
I believe in the past when we had presentations and then we accompanied them with another item.
Because we have the resolution, that's right.
Right, so if they wanted to stay online,
All right.
as we discuss that, we have questions or.
Now, which also, they're going to be, I don't want to make this more complicated than it needs to be, but this is going to be a company that's going to be submitting a proposal. Do we have any concerns about advantages? Other companies are out there that are going to submit proposals. I'm looking at our city attorney. She loves that.
Mayor, they can certainly answer questions. My only concern with the way the resolution is drafted is talking about solar on top of city facilities.
Well,
and it seems to be geared towards
I was going to ask you about that.
an array.
I was going to ask you about that. When you wrote this resolution, you didn't write this
I believe.
resolution. You wrote the resolution. Did you review it?
I reviewed it,
But you were not asked to comment on it.
Well, I have to comment, but
Okay, because
the burden of it is on me, not on Christie.
okay, because that was one of my, thoughts. There's a lot of unanswered questions with this. No one's against solar, but there are some unanswered questions. It's, solar, it's all, what I hear is the concept of it, who has a problem with community solar, but I think that we also need to ask some questions. And if we ask these, I just want to be careful, okay? Because everybody has to be careful. If we ask this company specific questions, and I have a few of them, any problem?
No.
Okay, good. Oh, good. Oh, thank goodness. All right, because
if you're more comfortable, I don't know if Ms. Ottenweiler.
well, I have real specific sort of practical questions. I think we all understand that solar is good to me. The community solar, but I just have some very specific questions about the practicality of it more than anything else. So I think the lady often is conceptual. This is more tech,
She's
more.
pretty practical. She's been.
Okay, well,
Either one.
I don't know.
Probably answer. But
Let's move on. Okay, so,
questions are good.
all right, so I have a few questions. Let's start with Commissioner Maliga. Do you have any questions?
I do. How long has your company been in business? Next Amp.
See, I think we should be careful about that.
Yeah, I would.
I would, because they were gonna do, if we.
Well, the reason I'm asking that question is because you said you had 50,000 customers, and to me, that just wasn't a huge number given the whole entire state of Florida. That's all.
Okay, I would.
It's about from what I saw of Katie's presentation, it's about a third of her number, and I don't know what the date of her numbers were, but
when
nationwide it was 150, so 50 is a noticeable chunk.
And if we do an RFP, that will be one of the issues that we'll deal with the RFP, I think, is, the qualifications of whatever company submits.
Right.
So any other questions?
No,
Sarah?
what I was getting at, Madam Mayor, is that if this community solar program is so great, then if there's only 150,000 people nationwide that are involved, is it just because it's still new and finding its footing versus rooftop solar, which has been known for years? Or is it just that it's that unattainable for municipalities to be able to do it and provide it to their customers? Or is it just too expensive? Because that seems like a very small number, 150,000 nationwide.
So it's a great question. If you don't mind, could I chime in a little bit on that, if you don't mind? Community solar, the basis of community solar is generally that a third party like our company can come in and sell energy. And to be able to do that in most states usually takes an act of legislation and takes a policy change. And so in Florida, we're not able to come in and sell direct energy to consumers. And that's why this would be somewhat nuanced going through the utility and doing it in partnership with the utility. So that's why you don't see millions of customers signing on. It's policy driven. And when states allow and open up that what's called virtual net metering to do community solar, oftentimes it has caps on it. So we have a fairly high market share, as I mentioned earlier, but I would agree with you, it's still a very low number.
Thank you.
Thank you. That's all I had.
Okay, well,
Mayor, if we want to move to the
resolution.
agenda item, perhaps we can sort of make a little separation between the presentation.
So what we're going to do now, thank you for your presentation. You don't have to go away. So now we're on unfinished business. Yeah, unfinished business A, which is now the resolution 75/2021. All right. So now we're talking about the resolution. Do we want to take a vote first, or I would prefer to discuss it a little bit before.
Yeah, no, I mean, if you have questions,
I have a lot of questions.
We want informed votes.
Okay. And first, my first question is, are these profit-making corporations, profit-making companies? I mean, if they're making a profit on, I don't know how that works. And there's in the resolution, it very specifically says, and I guess this is a question for you, Chris, but it very specifically says, community solar program will install visibly sited grid tiered solar systems on city-owned property in prominent locations throughout the city. And one of my questions to that is, who would pay for it? My second question is, if we don't have enough rooftops in the city of city-owned buildings, and this gentleman is talking about the landfill out there, would not you guys, would the company then be purchasing the land from the city to put their stuff on? Because it is a profit-making corporation, it's a profit business. So in the RFP that you're proposing, would that be part of it, that they would have to buy or rent our facilities? Because that's one of the things that I had a real problem with a real question with section 1. And it says, and shall, and it's very non-specific. And that's my issue with community solar, is that it's all very sort of out there, but nobody says this is what's going to happen.
And I do understand that. And it looks like Brian might have a response, but I'll start. Since I wrote the resolution, I have applied through Christie for my law degree, but she says it's in the mail and I haven't seen it yet.
My engineering degree is also in the mail.
Yeah, well, she's probably sending it from her.
Yeah.
But, so I don't claim to write the best of resolutions. I did my best to try to put in the various things. I think I probably put in somewhere or other, not limited to, as far as where to site the things. Definitely one of the interests is that at least some of the solar that gets installed be visible so that our community can see that we are doing something better. There's a lot of interest in that. However, I am from the engineering degree side very aware that the amount that goes on the top of City Hall or a few other buildings is going to be a relatively small amount of juice that you produce. So a larger area like the landfill, I can't remember if I wrote it in there or not as a possibility, but I certainly should have, because that's our biggest chunk of available land and it would be a very reasonable use for it. So
we would sell it to them or rent it to them.
that is a detail that that's, way beyond, it looks like Brian has a thought on it though.
Yeah, let me just chime in here briefly. So most
Again,
projects.
try to keep it general because we don't want to give you an unfair disadvantage in the process.
Yeah, absolutely. And yeah, I'm not here to qualify us. I'm here to answer technical questions.
Right.
And so a lot of developers like us will just lease the land. Will engage in a long-term lease, which is a very straightforward process. And the other thing I'd like to add is that there's a lot of companies like ours that are in the business of owning these projects, and there's a very good reason for that when working with municipalities. These projects are still capable of getting significant tax credits that we're able to take advantage of because we're corporations. So it takes a public-private partnership in order to drive down the costs of solar. So if you were to own it or to pay for it, your payback on that would be a lot longer because you wouldn't be able to use those tax advantages. So where a public-private partnership comes in is if we own it, we can drive down the cost right off the bat by anywhere from 20 to 30%, depending on how this legislation comes out of DC in the coming months. But generally speaking, that's the main reason for why you'd want a private entity or for-profit entity to own the project.
And by owning the project, you're distinguishing between owning the infrastructure of the project versus necessarily owning the land. The tax credit accessibility depends on owning the project, not on owning the land. Those two can be independent. Is that correct?
Correct. Yeah, I'm talking about owning the equipment and the solar panels and the solar project, but not the ground beneath. The ground we would be leasing.
Okay. Just a couple more. What if someone signs up for the community solar and then moves or decides they don't want to do it anymore? What happens to that subscription? Who's responsible for that?
Yeah, I think I'll pass this over to Eric.
Yeah, I can address that. It's something that we've built into pay-as-you-go subscription models that are not unique to us, but it's also a more widely available model, as Katie had shared as well. We're anticipating hundreds, if not thousands, of subscribers to just one solar farm. If one individual moves or for any other reason can no longer be part of the program, it is very easy to replace them. And it's no skin off our backs. And we've designed our model so that there's no cancellation penalty. So there's no harm to the customer if they have to leave the program.
But there's no harm to the city either. We would not be responsible for that subscription.
That's correct. That's correct. As Brian was describing, the developer would be leasing the land, but the developer is fully responsible for the project, the energy that's being produced by that project, and making sure that they're earning revenue off of that energy. So we would take responsibility for replacing a lost subscriber.
Have you done much research into where Lake Worth stands right now with our commitment to solar and nuclear?
Only from what we've heard from your advisory committee and some of your commissioners.
Okay, thank you. You know, this is a difficult thing because I'm, you know, obviously, not obviously, but I am obviously, I mean, I think it's obvious to be pro renewable energy at this point in time. And we were elected and I've gotten a lot of public, you know, input on this issue. We also, as elected officials, have sort of a fiduciary responsibility to the city. So my next question will be, and I don't know if there's an answer to this, but if something like this goes in, you know, you're a profit-making company, we're a profit-making company. Why would we let you take some of our profits? Or what effect would that have? If a project like this comes in, what effect? Now the resolution says neutral or beneficial, but how can that be neutral or how does that work? That it's neutral or positive financial impact to our utility, our municipal utility?
Sure. So what you have right now, obviously, is you have the potential you have the site to put a solar project, and you have. Are you aware
of our commitment to FUMPA, to the FUMPA solar fields?
FMPA.
The Florida Municipal Public Utility.
Yes. So I understand that you're engaged on PPAs outside of your footprint. But the idea of having a solar project that's conspicuously solar in the community that the community can benefit from, I think you have that opportunity at the landfill. And where NextAmp comes in, obviously we bring the experience and the talent to be able to design, build, own, maintain for the long-term solar project, but also, and we have the experience in finding the subscribers, managing the subscribers, and working in tandem with the utility to do so. We're not looking to necessarily engage just directly with the consumer, but we would be working through the utility company. And so, to answer your question, I mentioned earlier in the presentation that most of on average, our subscribers get us a 12.5% discount from their typical energy cost. Well, what we're shooting for here is to provide the folks that sign up for this solar project a discount on their current energy burden. And so that's a direct benefit to the community.
Well, no, that's not my question. My question is, what financial effect will this have on the city's municipal utility upon which we depend on the income from? Badly put sentence, but that's the question. And
sure.
We're not, yeah.
So I think what we would be shooting for is for economical benefit for the municipal utility, while also keeping the lights on at our company.
I don't want to belabor this. Let me just, okay. Will this have a negative effect on the income of the Lake Worth utility? If you're taking our customers away, why does that not have a negative effect on us? And maybe Chris, you have the
let me too, and you can correct from the industry perspective, because obviously I don't have that. But I believe that the concept is our bill, it wouldn't be taking customers away. The customers would still be customers of Lake Worth Electric Utility. They would still be paying the minimum bill. They would still be paying transmission and distribution costs. Sure. The part that community solar comes in is substituting some of the fuel costs.
Right.
So instead of us buying X amount of fracked gas, natural gas generator power, we would be buying somewhat less of that and using this solar. And the customer gets a discount on, because the fuel costs would be lower coming from that. But it would not be taking customers away. And that
would be taking income away.
Not if it's a wash. If everything that a customer uses from the solar, they're not using from natural gas. So we would be paying less out on that part of it. And hopefully our pricing is such so that we are not particularly profiting off of that. So it would cover the design. And this is also something that can be worked out in the details of the RFP. That's why I wrote it, that the RFP would go to Ed, and we'd work through as commission and the utility to make sure some of these things are looked at. And also the reason for doing it as an RFP is to make sure that multiple companies can propose different angles on it and say, well, you might do this to make sure, and that they recognize we cannot, put our utility in jeopardy. Keep in mind that the size of any of these projects, if it was the landfill plus, a few roofs around town, whatever, max, you're probably looking at 5 megawatts. Out of our peak is about 100. So it's a start, it's a help, but it's certainly not going to, drastically change our
So
utility.
what you're proposing, Chris, is a community solar which would geographically be located the source would be geographically located in the city.
I think it's important to have at least some of it here. I think there's a lot of interest in a mix of it being visible. The landfill is sort of medium.
Well, and I was going to say, with all due respect, we've had a solar field in the landfill for many, many years, and it's not really
Well,
a
not
tourist
many years,
attraction.
but-
Well, whatever. It's been there for a few years.
Yeah, and that's why I would do,
And let me just finish.
yeah, sorry.
It's in a corner of the city that if you didn't know it was there, you wouldn't know it was there. When we talk about visible, I think we're sort of stretching the
Yeah.
definition.
And the reason is that there are two things going on. One is visibility to businesses and residents that we are doing something with this, and the other is generating a serious amount of juice. The things on rooftops around town, municipal rooftops, there's just not enough roof space to do anything very major,
Well, that was,
but it's visible. And the other side of it is, and I'm not wedded to the landfill, but it is our biggest chunk of land, and the only available one that I'm aware of. So I would do some of both, would be my inclination.
so landfill and rooftop. Okay,
And
but
parking structure. I'd like,
Right.
surface level parking to me is like the most important part
Sure.
of being visible, and it provides a shade.
And having, I love
Yeah.
shady spot for a car.
I think we all love it. I was loving it just fine until Rian mentioned, that's great. Have you looked at the prices of steel lately? And it adds a lot to the cost. So I
Okay.
don't know how that works.
No,
I would love to have it.
none of us can foretell the future.
Where
So, but let me just finish. So we are talking about producing energy within the boundaries of the city of Lake Worth.
Mhm.
Okay, not outside. I'm learning as much as I can. This is,
Sure.
my engineering degree is still in
It's
there.
still in the map.
And I did notice, I think the title maybe was even in community solar. I thought I saw, because we do, say that we have community solar, even though it's not subscription based with our participation. in
Right,
solar,
because we
that's
have
not that.
we have a big commitment to solar.
Right, so this is more bringing it
In
into the
community.
community, helping our branding, making it visible. The subscription aspect of it too, I think gives people more of that
Mhm.
pride and makes it more obvious of what's going on. I just wanted to add, we've talked one maybe time about the invitation to negotiate at the beach.
Mhm.
And that could go in I don't even know what direction that's gonna come in. And
I know.
we're gonna have to, I have so many unanswered questions about the profit, all that stuff.
Yeah.
But we said, let's put it out there,
Mhm.
because until we get the
Mhm.
details back, we're gonna keep having
Yeah.
these really, so to me, this was just,
The same kind of. thing.
let's start the process to getting some of these questions answered, to see if this is realistic,
Mhm.
if this is even a possibility. But I don't think we can do that until we engage with, somebody that can tell us what is it gonna cost,
Or a
come
company
up with a
proposal. that you-
Yeah.
Right, no, and I don't, I guess the language, if I had written it, I would have written a little
You
bit.
may want to hold on that degree. Apparently I didn't.
Yeah, but I do have my law degree.
I could chime in with just one or two brief comments.
Yeah.
I think that the visibility of this will really shine through once you start promoting it. It's not just about seeing the panels on the ground, of course, but with the motivation of putting it out there that it's available will be very visible. And of course, we don't want this to be a financial burden to the city. We want this to be, we understand that the utility is it is a profit center for you.
This
So-
is neutral or, that neutral or positive financial impact. So we're gonna hold it. That's my big concern.
Right, if it
And-
comes back and it's negative, we won't
Mhm.
accept it.
Okay.
And Eric, did you have something to share on
We
this?
do sort of need to, I don't mean to stop you, but we have a lot more on the agenda.
Yeah.
So, you know, even with the language that I'm comfortable with,
And I'm open to.
I mean,
amendments to the
necessary
resolution.
procurement documentation, I mean, RFP, right? Is that what you meant, RFP? What will you say, issue the necessary procurement documentation?
Yeah, RFP or.
Okay, you
Yeah.
could have said RF, okay. All right, so it's an RFP, just so we understand, okay.
I would think it would be an RFP, but.
Okay, well, okay. All right, so do I have a motion? Or,
Just briefly,
sure,
I thought, and don't mean to be negative about your idea of community solar, but I thought we had a community solar company under our,
we have a huge commitment to solar.
and, you know, if they can make a profit, why don't we do what they're doing amongst ourselves?
The only thing that I was able to glean from the conversations I've had for and opposed to this is this option allows people to say, and I don't know how that works in a line with, you know, electricity going through it, but you know, that it gives people the option to say, I want my house to be lit only by solar energy. Am I right?
That is a big chunk of it, and I think, I don't remember whether NextApp mentioned it, but certainly both Solar and Katie's presentation did, that one of the definitions, because there is some squish in the definition of
Okay.
community solar, but one of the pieces is that such a program is new solar that's being added to it. The goal is to further decarbonize the country, which is a national goal, an
Right.
international goal we want to support.
And we
So-
can't take advantage of the tax credits, right? So if we did it ourselves,
Exactly.
we don't get that
Right. That, and
decrease with the tax credits.
in some.
I mean, I have some serious questions about it, but I also can, you know, respectfully, you know, it is, if it's an RFP and it doesn't come back in favor of our citizens and the city, we don't have to do anything. That's, you know, I will vote for it because of that. I'm not making a commitment to this community solar program, but I'm not against finding more out about it.
Madam Mayor, I have
The RFP is.
Madam Mayor, yes, hi, there she is. Finish
Um,
that.
I have one question about the way this is written, and perhaps Mr. McVoy can enlighten me. Who is going to buy, from what I've understood from talking to staff, that the batteries are extremely expensive.
Right.
So is the city now going to be on the hook for buying these batteries
No,
if we go with the
I-
community solar, or is that part of what the RFP process is? And that was one of my biggest, like, are we going to be investing in that? Where's that, whose responsibility is that going to be?
so the answer is no.
Yeah,
answer
if
is-
I remember the question, I think the answer is no. You were correct, and that would be part of the RFP. And that would come back in the cost. It might be that the proposal says, we'll put in a small amount of battery to show proof of concept. At this point, it's not economically feasible to put in the whole landfill on it, if that's the thing. That would be part of how different companies might respond and where the economics falls on
Yeah,
that.
I mean, there's a lot of details, you know, we have old buildings, you know, can this building hold solar panels? I mean, can the annex hold solar panels? But those are questions that if we get that far, that's the practical stuff that I'm.
And the only other thing I wanted to throw out there too is, like, is the subscription rate, you know, like you start with Netflix, $9.99 a month. And then you fast forward 12 months later and your bill's $19.99 a month.
Well, that would be up to the company, then they would start losing customers and we would get them back.
Okay, so we'll work that out
Something
once
we're
we get
very
to the
careful about.
RFP.
It did seem like, and I would hope that that would be written into the contracts, that the first presentation we saw, there needed to be a tangible financial benefit. So if they jacked their rates way up
Right,
midway through, they just now.
it will work.
I don't think, well, I mean, I can't speak to what company do, but.
Okay, I'm glad to hear that.
There's something.
You'll try, you'll
No,
try.
I don't know.
Madam Mayor,
Yeah.
can I make a suggestion?
Sure,
You know, normally with the RFPs that the city issues, it's at a staff level. I know we have the
Yeah.
ICANN for the beach that you're gonna be reviewing. Perhaps in this case, we don't really need the resolution. If you guys just want to direct staff to issue an RFP
Hmm,
for community solar in the city of Lake Worth Beach and leave it open-ended so that companies could propose what they would suggest and how they would achieve
okay,
community solar program.
Well, then we wouldn't need the resolution. We would just go ahead and do it.
Tied to this specific language.
Commissioner McVoy, what do you say about that? If we just tell them to do it?
I don't have a problem with that. On the whole, I do think we want to make sure that we get to review and help in the development of the RFP, make
Yeah.
sure that it meets the goals that we have.
I
as a
have
commission.
no doubt that you'll have input.
You sure?
I have no doubt that you'll have input.
Ed's been very good about taking my calls, so.
Perhaps we could bring a draft back at the January meeting.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, that, I think that makes more sense. Are you not gonna be here, Ed?
That's not enough time to put together such a draft.
An RFP, yeah.
And
I'd actually be better to have an outside consulting firm. And have a true objectivity.
How much would that cost us?
I'd like to be able to get $1,000. It's a lot of time to put these things together. I do have an engineer. One of the first things I learned is objects in motion tend to stay in motion. If it's
Uh-huh.
one of a train, it's gonna
Right.
hurt. Obviously, this is a train.
Mhm.
There's a lot of work to do to get this done.
Okay. How much time would you need? Given that it's the holidays.
I think you're looking at a few months to put together a document that people can respond to.
I wonder if there are any,
We're
Existing RFPs out there? Yeah.
We're in the middle of a lot of other stuff.
you are, I appreciate you even
Public
considering
records requests, that's what it's specific. to my-
public records requests.
We have huge public record requests around our solar programs right now. But
Which takes away your staff time from doing the job that they
absolutely,
normally.
from Earth Justice.
I'm sorry?
But an entity called referred to as Earth Justice.
Yes, I'm familiar.
We're trying to be responsive and trying to work with them to narrow it down, but ultimately there's a lot of data we want to get, but never tried to have.
Which revives the thought, Commissioner Maliga, of how much are we charging for these projects? Because we are, okay,
Let me-
all right.
Let me add to.
Madam Mayor,
If I can, just for the.
Yes, sir, I think thank you. No, I think, yeah.
no problem.
I mean, unless somebody,
Just for the sake of, for the public that's listening and the public that's in the room and the guests on the phone. I'll move the mic in closer, does that help? How about now?
there you go. There you go.
I leave it to you to decide what to tell us to do on this, but I just want the public to know that we do in fact have a very large commitment to solar. We do in fact have not only 1.7 megawatt solar project going to the landfill, but we also have another 36.5 megawatts of solar under contract with PPAs with the Florida Municipal Power Agency, and they begin flowing power to us in 2023. We have another 22 megawatts of contracts for nuclear power, which will go to at least 2023. And the GPAs for solar starting in 2023 will go 20 years. So when you look at our base energy needs, our basic portfolio, we're going to be 55+% carbon free.
That's great.
Which is a good thing. It doesn't mean that we should stop there.
Right.
But what we're up against with solar, when you look at the portfolios, we have so much solar and nuclear coming at us during the daylight hours that should we add substantially to that, or even add to that at all, should we add to that at all, without battery storage, we will be in a situation with the solar that we're buying, we're going to have to find a buyer for it.
We're gonna have to sell it.
We're going to have to sell it because we will be oversubscribed. We can get into that in more detail. We've done some analysis on that, but it's not really.
We'll sell it for more than we bought it for.
This is not a reason to do it. Obviously, I said, you don't stand in front of a train, it's all the laws of engineering to occur, right? But if you want to do this, we're going to have to do it.
Right.
But doing it without storage puts us in a position where we're going to be buying something at price X and selling it to somebody else at price Y because we may not have a load for it.
But the company would be buying the batteries. We would not be buying the batteries
Correct. And that they're
for their grid.
they're not cheap, and that's not a reason to not investigate batteries. As a matter of fact, staff is already investigating batteries through FMPA and in our own discussions with various developers of battery storage projects. So we're getting our arms around that. Battery storage, again, this is not a reason not to do it, but there's a lot of complexities involved around battery storage. How the rate you charge it with, at what rate you actually discharge it, how many hours of storage you want, where you're going to site it. The parasitic losses, meaning that it actually consumes power just to have a battery sitting there. Again, not reasons to not do it. I very much want to do a battery. I want to be amongst the first municipalities in the state of Florida actually go and do a battery storage project. That's why we've given a tentative thumbs up to FMBA for the FMBA Solar 3 project, which my request was, yes, we would be interested in participating, but only if it has batteries. Because we're in a situation now where as we take any more power during daylight hours, we have about 6 months of the year when we're slightly oversubscribed. We count on continued significant development. So on one hand, if we buy more power or more power is sold and the customer that we already bought solar for, we're in a situation where we have to start selling off some of the solar we bought, which is not necessarily bad for the planet, right? But it comes at a cost.
Right.
We have also mentioned publicly, and it's on our citizenowned.energy.com website, that we intend to give customers a solar subscription option. So the solar that we're bringing in, starting in 2023, it's our intention to create a solar subscription. That's a loose term I use now, where customers could choose to have a portion of their power come from solar that we've already bought. This program is a little bit different. It's being discussed here tonight because it says you'll be buying power from that specific project through this development group. Has to be worked out legally how that would actually take place, and how the finances will work, and how the power will flow. But I just don't want people thinking we're anti-solar. We've made a huge commitment to solar on behalf of this community, and this community really led with the 1.7 megawatt project that it built and went commercial in 2017 on top of landfill. Now that project did not take advantage of tax benefits. The projects that we got into with FMPA under power purchase agreements, we're getting energy from those projects. I have to be careful not to disclose those numbers because they're confidential, but based on information that has been made public, it's in a range of 30% of what we're paying for power from our own project, which is rather expensive, in part because of the size, in part because of the way we bought it, but in part because it didn't enjoy the tax benefits. So that's a very expensive project, but it is a very good use of a landfill. It was a very good demonstration. And it is in fact a form of community solar because all of the members of this community are helping to pay for that project, which is costing us substantially more than what plain vanilla power would cost, and probably 70% more than the solar projects that we have to FMBA. Those projects are what we refer to as utility scale. Those are 75 megawatts each. And we took slices of those projects, albeit they're not visible in the utility in the city, but they are in the state of Florida. And we're bringing in the power and the transmission system.
So we are going to offer to our current customers in a couple of years the option to be more solar, totally solar.
We're looking at options of anywhere from 0 to 55 or 60%. And if we can add batteries, we go up to 100%.
Okay.
We're very cautious to say 100% solar, because when you say 100% solar, it implies that you're somehow making solar energy at night and on a cloudy
And you
day.
can't do that.
And that's the other thing I learned in engineering school, right?
I know
A
that.
few hours that I got to see daylight, I realized that you can't make energy when the sun is shining.
Okay.
So, but batteries, and I don't want the public to think that we're somehow against solar.
Right.
We have led with a massive commitment, so much more that my peers in other communities are saying, "Hey, Liberty, what did you do?
Yeah.
How much did you buy?"
Okay.
Now they're realizing the price we bought it at relative to the current.
So we're fixed into the price that you negotiate is the price that they are fixed into.
Absolutely, they're
And it's
fixed
a-
price, and they're what we refer to as take-or-pay contracts. You entered into the PPA, you have to take it, you have to pay for it.
Is that the same thing as natural gas?
No,
Are we locked into buying X amount of,
no, we're not.
so
No, our prices.
when we have more solar from anywhere, we can cut the use of
Yeah,
natural
absolutely,
gas?
and we do. We do. Our prices for referring to the natural gas contracts, we don't specifically buy natural gas.
But so you,
Power, we buy power from gas-fired plants.
Right.
Specifically, we buy power at a price that is tied to a natural gas price.
but you're
We have the
concerned,
ability to take a lot or take a little. It's been completely varied.
So if there's more solar, we can buy less, you can use less gas.
And that's what we do. We would back off. And that happens today. If we produce more forms of more energy from other forms, we back off and the amount that we buy under
Okay.
the supplemental contract.
And Herman, do you have one more thing?
well, but I heard the argument that we would have too much solar, which I would think that then we could automatically buy less.
Right, exactly, yeah.
That's, by the way, But you didn't follow the, well, I didn't explain it well, maybe. When we have too much solar, that means that gas is already at zero. We're only taking nuclear, and we're only taking the solar commitment. So we're taking, at that point, we're taking 22 megawatts of nuclear and 38 megawatts of solar. That's 60 megawatts.
Is that for
There's
sale?
times of the year when we don't have a 60 megawatt load.
Okay,
Okay.
all right. It's
So that gas is
10
zero
after
at that
7.
point.
It's 10 after 7.
All right, so are we going to commit to spending no more than, I'm going to say $30,000 with staff and the consultant to come up with an RFP or an
Yeah, I mean,
I think that is high to come up with the RFP. I think we can probably find RFPs. Other communities have had to put them out for similar things. Use that as a starting.
let me ask
How many RFPs have you put out in the last year? All kinds of RFPs.
I'd have-
20,
I'd
100?
have to ask for procurement, but for power purchase, zero.
Not for power purchases, but RFPs.
We've done 3 that I'm aware of for power purchases in the last 4 years. One was a supplemental contract that OUC won the bid on.
Well, your
And
time,
there were 2 other PPA, true power purchase agreements that we entered into. Those bids were run on behalf of the municipals by the Florida Municipal Power Agency. And then we signed our sales contracts associated with those. So we do, and those are public documents.
and this is a little bit different too. I mean, it's not quite just.
Absolutely.
and it's
So I was going to ask the gentleman, I was going to ask our presenter, we really need to move on. It is, do you have a sample RFP that has been, that your company has responded to? Have you ever responded to an RFP request for, no, that's request for proposals?
Sure. Yes, of
Okay.
course.
Can you please email them to our, to our somebody here? Can you email them to somebody?
Yeah.
Let us find some examples that'll be the
Yeah, I
best.
mean, that would be helpful to have a framework. to
Not
go.
having a sample PPA is not a roadblock here at all. It's a matter of taking a sample PPA and then modifying it for this particular
Then at
application.
least you have the outline of,
For the city's needs.
okay, if we could,
We have entered into similar type agreements, but not exactly like this.
Right.
At least 3 times since I've arrived.
Okay.
And 3
so
months.
if you'll send us some RFPs that you've responded to, that would help our staff save some time. So as soon as we get them, perhaps Ed can look at them and say, okay, I understand it. This is how much time I think I need to do it.
Right.
We're shooting in the
We're
dark.
so
right now.
directed to go ahead and do this. We will go ahead and do this.
Right. It's a time frame thing. I mean,
Exactly.
Right.
But again, I don't want the public to think that we're somehow anti-solar.
No.
We're very much, we took the biggest slice of solar.
okay,
And if you look at where we're going carbon footprint, it's outstanding.
all right. So we
If
have,
there's an indication, or some implication of that it will not, we very much so.
so we have,
We do have
Hello?
several public comments.
oh my God, that's right.
But one thing I just want to be clear, we have 2 experts in the room. I just want to make sure that on this particular issue, that if a company that might be interested in applying sends us a sample RFP from Nebraska or wherever it is that they got one, is that going to jeopardize our RFP process? I don't want there to be any uncomfortableness or.
There's probably a form that a lot of companies use. I mean, I would ask our city attorney to take a look at it. It's a good question.
I just don't want,
Right, the
because
unfair
other companies may want to apply and they certainly should, and
Yeah.
we don't want to have unfair advantage then.
Right,
Be careful, be careful.
but they can do it.
Okay.
Do we,
We can absolutely send you a sample RFP. It's not a problem. We want to make sure we find one that's
you
going
have
to
a
be.
few, if you've done, how many are, do you know offhand, how many RFPs? That's a throw stuff at me. RFPs,
We've done over 100.
okay, well then you can help us and that would make it quicker. Thank you. Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
And who should he email them to? Should he email them to all of us? So that or to the city attorney and Ed? Or
I
all of
would
us?
suggest they go to procurement.
Oh, procurement. Okay, We'll share
get
us.
to an address.
and we'll, yeah. Thank you so much for your time and your information.
Thank you.
So we're not voting on the resolution. We're directing staff to,
Can we add a date certain that we will do that?
it depends on how long he, if he gets that until, they can start looking at an RFP. We can all start looking at it.
February, March?
Yeah, I'm thinking March 15th, middle March, tax season.
We would not want to delay this thing, but we just have other things.
No, I understand, but
I'm not
practically
saying
speaking, it's very easy for us to sit up here and say, go do this thing.
Well,
Madam Mayor,
Yes, sir.
90 days from today is reasonable to identify a scope of work in order.
90 days. How's that?
Gotta move on.
Okay, great.
And at the same time, we will also be speaking more with FMPA about options under FMPA Solar 3, which would, by my request, and then would have to include storage as well.
Okay.
So we can see what the differences are in the products.
Okay, great. Thank you. Thank you, sirs. It'll be an interesting journey. And thank you,
Thanks,
Mr.
Pat.
Ruby, and thank you, Chris. And the next time you want to write a resolution, talk to the city attorney.
Public comment, Madam Mayor.
I know. We have public comment on this particular item, and I think from what I've gotten, we're gonna get a lot of, like, please do this thing, which we've already pretty much decided to do this thing, but now we're gonna listen to people telling us to do it. Okay. Madam Clerk, you want to start reading?
Joe
Where's it?
Carlin, 2381 Sunset Avenue, number 205. I am a great proponent for community solar and support Commissioner McVoy's proposal fully. Johnny Amygdalitis, my apologies.
That's okay.
1206 North K Street. I have talked to 10 plus new homeowners and they all want solar panels installed on their homes. It is time for this city to approve a program that is pro solar panel. Martin Wellfield, 829 North Lakeside Drive. Please provide detailed information on any impact that community solar or Lake Worth Beach utilities changes may/will have for Lake Worth Beach property owners wanting to install solar electric panels on their property. Corey Meltzer, 222 North L Street. By having our own utility company, Lake Worth has a unique opportunity to act independently to develop a robust residential and commercial solar program. We should harness all ideas, pilot programs, grants, and other initiatives to foster a successful solar program that could be an example to other communities. Yes, let's pass Resolution 75-2021 now. Susan Goyo, 131 North Gulfview Road, number 3. I am very much in support of resolution number 75-2021, community solar. It makes a lot of sense. Let's do it. Paige Stevenson, 216 Poe Drive, number 2. In regards to resolution 75-21, supporting and community solar, this issue is very important. We must begin relying on renewable energy sources. Dr. Scott Rice, 15 South Gulfview Road, Unit 503. Distinguished Lake Worth Beach City Commissioners and Honorable Madam Mayor, I fully support Resolution 75-21, supporting and community solar. Solar power is a clear and superior eco-friendly energy resource that offers many potential advantages, including increased effectiveness, improved efficiencies, and cost savings when compared to current energy generating methods utilized by Lake Worth Beach utilities. Passing Resolution 75-2021 is a conservative, prudent first step for our city to regain pride in our municipal electric utility, enhancing the opportunity for the electric utility to win awards for innovation, attracting talent and businesses to Lake Worth Beach, as well as becoming a leader in addressing global climate change. Thank you for your attention and consideration in this matter. Cheryl Leventhal, 421 North Palm Way. I am in favor of Resolution 75-2021, supporting community solar, as well as continuing to have rooftop systems. Our city is the perfect size and makeup to maximize our electric utility. This could be an important first step towards learning through RFI what the best options are for our city. Please listen to those warning about the climate crisis and take action. Enough blah, 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 as Greta Thunberg said. Diane Brown, 905 North Lakeside Drive. I support Resolution 75-2021 in support of an in-community solar program. I do appreciate all that Lake Worth Beach has done to promote solar, but we need to do more. Ramsey McLeod, 24 South C Street. Resolution 75, 2021, I fully support the city tasking the electric utility department to move forward with the process of establishing an in-community solar program. We are becoming acutely aware of the climate change and its impact on our dwindling resources to produce electricity. In Florida, we have the luxury of having great access to the sun and the energy it can provide for us. I think the time has come for us to take a serious look at how we generate electricity and what options are available for us to produce it by alternative methods. As mentioned in the staff report, of particular relevance to Lake Worth Beach, NRL also states that distribution level best systems canal so provide local power quality services and support improved resilience during extreme weather events. Wouldn't it be nice to not have to lose all power in a hurricane, or better yet, have power restored sooner rather than days or weeks later? Miami is already requiring a solar aspect to new construction, and it is a growing trend in areas experiencing rapid development. I think with all the changes happening in the solar industry, now is the best time to begin looking at how to join this movement. I do not see how we can go forward with a system from the 20th century and expect it to function optimally throughout the 21st century and beyond. Let's get ahead of a potential problem and be prepared for a change instead of having it hit us and then decide we need to address it. Donna Kerner, 1012 North J Street. Dear Mayor Resch and Commissioners, please pass Resolution 75-2021 in support of community solar. I appreciate the purchase agreements from Central Florida Solar, but we really want to see community solar here in Lake Worth Beach, perhaps at our former landfill. I would like our electric utility to win awards for innovation, attracting talent and businesses to Lake Worth Beach. We must lead in addressing climate change. The time to act is now. Noam Brown, 1701 North D Street. I am asking the members of this commission to please vote in favor of Resolution 75-2021 in support of community solar. Addressing the climate crisis with creative measures from the municipal level is an important and necessary. Measures such as this one, which will broaden access to solar power, allowing renters to opt for solar, for example, will reduce our city's carbon footprint and serve as an example to other cities about what kinds of practical steps can be taken to shift away from non-renewable energy sources and greenhouse gas emitting power. As a city that owns its own utilities, this is something we are uniquely positioned to do, which will give residents more options for what percentage of their home's electricity can be powered by solar. Thank you for your consideration. Victoria Mesa Estrada, 242 Pennsylvania Drive. Dear Madam Mayor Resch and distinguished commissioners, as a Lake Worth Beach resident and homeowner with solar panels, I am very pleased to see this resolution in support of a community solar program in our city. I would love to see an exclusive purchase solar deal that is exclusive to our city and does not rely on purchase agreements from other areas in Florida. We should seek requests for information from vendors to tell us what are the best options for our city. Finally, I think it's imperative we support a solar program that not only benefits homeowners, but gives a chance to renters to benefit from this amazing program as well. The reality is that our city is mostly renters, not owners, so we must make decisions that benefit all of our city inhabitants and can continue to attract people into our wonderful community. Ted Johnson, 802 South Palmway. I am in favor of an in-community solar. In addition, I would like, number one, a report on the city website showing production from the city's existing solar farm. Number two, Lake Worth Beach utilities to bill via email to save money on monthly billing and stop wasting paper before they get a rate increase. Number three, to consider splitting out billing for electric from water and sewer. Many residents complain about the total bill, comparing it to bills from FPL covering only electricity. Cliff Kohlmeyer, 503 First Avenue South. I am in favor of establishing a community solar program by issuing a request for information. the city could find the best way to develop its own solar program. Our residents, including tenants without rooftop panels, should have the option to source their electricity from solar. This would be a 21st century solution that would help address climate change with the added benefit of bringing positive attention to our city. Matthew Krawcheck, 1128 North L Street. I would ask the commission vote yes on resolution 75 in community solar. Lake Worth should be leading in this area. Mary Ellen Healy, 323 South Federal Highway, apartment 11. Please pass resolution 75-2021 in support of in-community solar. Let's explore all options for residents and businesses to use solar. We can give those cannot put panels on their roofs an option for solar. Lake Worth Beach Utility is exploring energy conservation and efficiency. We can do more. Small cities like ours can and should lead the way in addressing climate change. Let's add in community solar now and continue to innovate. Thank you. Claire Buckland, 1843 15th Avenue North. Take action now on resolution 75-2021, supporting in community solar, provides a steadfast and discerning path for Lake Worth Beach to lead in green technology and rebrand its local utility, shifting the perspective of our city from outdated to innovative. Thank you for your support on this. Susan Ona, 826 North Palmway, please pass resolution 75-2021 in support of in-community solar. We need to set an example as a town that naturally supports using our natural solar free energy to better serve our community and a sustainable environment. It's a first step in the right direction. Dina Bell, 311 North Palmway, our electric rates are a constant source of frustration for many residents. Being part of the process can help residents feel less out of control and actively contribute to a clean energy program. City residents and business owners can have equal access to community solar and can share in the cost of an off-site solar farm that feeds electricity into the main grid. At least 40 states plus DC have one community solar project implemented, and Orlando is already expanding their current system. Seems to me the best part of a community solar program is just that, powered by community. Kara Jennings, 822 North C Street. Good evening, Honorable Mayor Resch and City Commissioners. I am in support of in-community solar. At your last meeting, when this was discussed, I did not make comment, but after hearing the broad range of residents speaking out in support from College Park to 12th Avenue South, I am inspired to join in voicing support. Our publicly owned utility is an incredible asset, and it is to our city's best interest that we maximize the benefits of being community owned. Purchase agreements of larger solar arrays is wonderful, but why stop there? Offering the ability to sign up to exclusively purchase solar is an incredible incentive for residents and green businesses. This gives homeowners like myself who cannot put panels on their roof and renters the option of directly supporting renewable solar energy. I hope you will vote yes and take this important first step. Let us be innovative, community-driven leaders on direct access to renewable energy. It will be exciting to see what an RFI shows us is possible. Thank you, Kara Jennings.
Take a deep breath. Is that it?
That's all that I have for that item.
All right. Well done, ma'am. Thank you.
Thank you.
We have no blue cards on this issue in there. So I think instead of the resolution, we want to take a vote to instruct staff within 90 days to come back with an RFP.
We can take a vote. I don't know.
I think we can just.
Consensus, we have
All right,
consensus.
so we have consent.
Madam Mayor, may I suggest that the direction be to bring back a draft
Mhm.
of an RFP for the March Electric Utility Board meeting?
Oh, perfect. Thank you.
And I'm gonna ask if,
Not to be voted on, a draft to be.
A draft.
Okay.
It sounds like you guys want to participate, and if there's any, and again, I think to be fair, the complexity of this type of RFP is much different
Then,
than the many RFPs that we do issue routinely. So we do want to be careful that it's crafted in an appropriate manner. So if there's any bumps along the road, there's plenty of time to engage you guys and have your input on that. And you might want
Great.
your electric utility advisory board to weigh in on it
Right.
at some point in the timeline.
Sure, I'm sure they will. Commissioner Robinson,
A poll RFP is easier than this.
and do you have anything constructive to say?
I'm going to ask that the CRA take note of our interest in the solar negotiations or their negotiations for development to
Encourage.
encourage solar.
Solar, okay. All right, so staff, you've got your direction. Thank you very much.
And I would, just clarify with that probably the billing aspect, make sure that that's included, because that may be one of the
That's gonna be a
smaller parts.
very interesting part of it. The devil's in the details. Okay. Now we have public participation of non-agenda items and consent agenda. Do we have a consent? No. Okay, so we have one blue card from Ramsey McLeod. Miss McLeod. Don't get us sick. Do we have the wipes? Because I'm not being facetious. She has a cold.
Touch it.
No, it's a sinus infection. It's almost
Well,
time. I'm going to leave. Can you all hear me?
Yes.
Yes.
If you can hear me, I
Just stay
will.
close to the microphone.
I'm not gonna touch anything or anybody.
We've been letting people take their masks off. That's why
I will
I,
not take my mask off, so I don't.
Okay.
dirty up anything.
is this a 2 or 3 minute?
This is a 2-minute.
2 minute, thank you. Okay. Madam Clerk, will you start the clock?
Well, I can say my name. Ramsey McLeod, 24 South C Street. My concerns is the information that Mr. Liberty has been providing this board. And then September the 28th, he made a presentation regarding his need for the capital reserve to be built up. And at that time, he presented 4 options, which option C was the one he honed in on, that would restore that reserve in 5 years. Subsequent to that, I sent an email and CC'd all of you on it. I sent it to him the 27th of October, asking him to please provide the same details for option A, B, and D. Because I'd like to know if we can get his capital reserve built up in maybe 6 years if we do 2.5% instead of 3, or 1.75%, and that gives us 8 years. I have not gotten a response or an acknowledgement of my email. And I thought in this meeting it would be provided. However, the backup material, we're being bombarded with now another request for rate increase of fuel costs. I don't know about you, but every time I go to the gas station, that fuel cost is going up. It's been going on all year. I don't know why Mr. Liberty waits until November to bring this concern to the board instead of quarterly saying, hey, I see that we're having a fuel issue here. Can I increase rate by 0.25% or something like that, so we can start heading off this expense that we're seeing coming in the future? That's not happening. Now, all of a sudden, instead of a 3% increase, we're looking at an 8% increase, 6 to 8%, pardon my clarification. And I don't know, does that mean I'm going to see 3% on my actual electric rate bill go up so I can contribute to this capital reserve? And then 5% increase is going to be on my fuel charge, so I can cover that fuel charge. That together makes 8%. All the information he provides is extremely technical. You muddle through it, and I still don't have the simple answer of what's my options for getting this capital reserve. Is 5 years the only one? I'd like to know if we have 6 or 7 or 8. And now that you're talking at 3%, then you're getting fuel costs at a high percent. So let's get the information simple and succinct that you want our input on, but we can't read the information that's being provided. It's way too
Mayor, that's
technical.
2 minutes.
Thank you very much, Ramsey. Ms. McLeod. Okay, now, approval of minutes. Do we have approval of the October 26th minutes?
Madam
Motion to
Mayor,
approve.
I apologize. I do have one.
Oh, I'm
additional
sorry.
comment. It's from Louis Tamayo at 116 Wellesley Drive. The comment is the city needs to designate an employee to review and track the new infrastructure bills signed by the president. This person should be responsible for applying for grants to help fund our city's climate change mitigation, plug-in vehicle charging stations, electrification of the city's fleet, and improved power systems and renewable energy.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
They'll be glad to know we're thinking about it. Now, next is approval of the minutes. Do I have a motion?
Motion to approve.
Oh. Okay. Do I have a second?
I'll second. I believe we heard.
Commissioner McVoy will second it. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye, thank you very much. Now we're going on to unfinished business, which was A, but is now B, which is the change in convenience fee model to include all customer payments made using the Paymentus payment portal. Is there a presentation from staff?
I believe there is. I'm gonna ask Franco to join. I believe much of this presentation will get provided information in the backup,
Mhm.
Which you should all have. So it's not a specific presentation. It's not.
It's mostly for the public to know what we're talking about.
So let me first, in introducing Franco, remind everybody that Franco is actually working for us part-time.
I heard.
He has attained a
Trader.
He has attained employment elsewhere.
Oh, okay.
But he's a valuable member of our team. He's agreed to stay on part-time for some indefinite period of time to help us in the transition.
Do we have a full-time person that's coming on board?
Yes, we do. And I would like to ask a person in the audience, Nanette McGee, just please stand.
Come on up. Why don't you come up, Nanette, so that folks that are watching can see you? So they'll know who to call with their problems.
Nanette is our new customer service manager. She takes over for Franco, and she will be based at the Annex building, which we're in the process of making ready to fully reopen. We have a space set up, and the door's been cleaned up, or cleaned up.
I appreciate that. We all appreciate that.
So customers won't just have to ring the doorbell. Pretty soon they'll be able to just walk in and be serviced.
Yeah, it took, all of 16 seconds for the delay, but I think it's nice that they'll come in.
But Nanette comes to us from a nice career with AT&T and various Bell companies. So she has a lot of call center experience and customer service experience. So I'd like to welcome her to the team.
Thank you, and welcome to the.
Welcome.
It's a good team. It really is. Thank you very much. Thank you so much and welcome aboard.
There will be some matters, though, that because Franco was so heavily involved and most conversant to that, we'll be asking.
It's always good to have.
Yes, and Franco lives nearby, and Nanette is also very nearby. She's probably within 10 or 20 minutes of the office, as most of us are, and Franco's standing by to help as well.
Thank you so much. So Franco, just, if you can sort of, I mean, it is in the backup and people could have read it. Just what is this?
So last month, first of all, good evening for the record, Franco Bolito, customer service. Last month, we brought to the commissioners an amendment which would convert the payment portal from an absorbed fee model where the city absorbed all the fees for processing any payments made through our payment portal to a convenience fee model. It was approved. However, in reviewing the staff report that was presented to the mayor and commissioners, we did find Ed likes to refer to it as a Scribner error, where we only highlighted the fact that it was for credit card fees. But when you look at the amendment on page 1 or page 2, there was an appendix. It listed every possible payment portal, right? So PayPal, Amazon Pay, electronic checks, not just credit card fees. So we felt that the right thing to do was to bring the staff report back, revise it to include every possible payment that can be made through the payment portal, so that everyone's aware, including the public, that anytime they use the payment portal, there'll be a $3.75 convenience fee charged to the customer for every $500 transaction.
Okay.
Now, there are many other ways to pay your bill.
How is that? How can you?
You can get your bill, tear off the bottom, write a check, drop it in the envelope and mail it. You can also drop it off at our night depository box at the Annex building on the Lake Avenue side by 2J's. There's a silver box, 24 hours a day, open it up, drop it in, it's very secure, goes right into our safe. The ladies go there every hour, pick it up and process it.
And no fee for checks and no fee for drop off.
No fee for money order, no fee for checks. They still can go pay cash.
Sarah, let him just finish. We see your, let him just.
Oh, I'm sorry. You can still pay with cash at any CVS, 7-Eleven, or Family Dollar across the country. That fee is $1.99 for every $1,000 transaction.
Okay.
So there are multiple ways to pay your bill. If you choose to pay with a credit card to get your rewards or frequent flyer miles, you're allowed to do that. You're just now going to have to be paying a fee.
Like the county does when I go to the county, like,
Yes,
yeah.
exactly.
Okay.
And we also have auto debit.
Yes.
Auto debit, and if you choose the auto debit function combined with paperless billing, you get a one-time $25 credit.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Maliga, I saw your hand up.
Thank you. I actually had a question in regards to this. Now that we're going to be receiving these funds and it's not costing us any money, can you tell me, did we take that money that we've been absorbing and have we rolled it into the projections that are included in this new Leidos presentation? Because that's now money that we're putting in our pocket, not money that we're paying out. So now we're plus this $38,000. Was that put into that presentation by Stantec and Leidos?
Madam Mayor,
Sure.
if I may address that question specifically, yes, it was assumed when we built the budget for the year. And so it drove the budget, it also drove the rate models, that we would only be using the convenience fee, or dropping out. I'll speak louder, that we would only be using the convenience fee model for 10 months of the year. The first 2 months of the year, we would be absorbing the cost. So we budgeted to absorb the cost for the first 2 months and then switch to the convenience fee model for the 10 months. So we have not yet implemented the convenience. We are about to implement it when we discovered that we had a discrepancy between what the staff report said, what the contract said, so we held off.
Okay.
Now, Franco has also reported that the most recent month's bill came in where the use of the Paymentus platform was substantially higher than the 38,000. I think it jumped to.
Went to $42,000 this month.
Wow.
That's because more people are using the rewards cards.
Right, okay, so the city's gonna hopefully net that amount back. That would, we're gonna not have to pay that money out anymore. It'll help save us some.
Correct. Our budgets and our rates models assume that we would no longer be paying that expense.
Okay.
So it's already baked into our projections.
Thank you. Any other questions, Commissioner Malika? Okay, Commissioner McVoy?
Listening to what we just heard, one of the things that we need to be clear about is that the 375 is not coming to the city. That's going to the Paymentus people or whoever they are. The only saving is that the 168 that we used to charge for some of these things, we no longer are paying ourselves. A couple questions. If Paymentus was processing these things when we paid for the courtesy of paying in that fashion, and they charge 168, why should we be charging residents 375 instead of 168?
That's an excellent question. So the reasoning behind it is when we absorb the fee, there's a higher propensity of customers that will use it. When the customers have to pay the fee, there's more of a drop off. They won't have as many customers participating. And that'll be evidenced very quickly once we activate it and go live next week. We'll start to see customers asking for different ways to pay that they can avoid the fee. So that's why they do that.
That seems like a very big jump. And here's my.
But if I may just interject for just a second, we did not set that fee.
That's correct.
That was a fee that we were able to negotiate, and Frank was able to negotiate it down to what it is. But that we did not set that fee, that the money doesn't come to us.
Correct.
That's Paymentus's business model.
Right, and that's about what I pay when I go to the courthouse.
Here's my concern on this. And it's bigger picture. The smaller picture is kind of what the Madam Mayor is alluding to, and I've experienced it with the tax collector. If I want to pay for a HOV vehicle permit or whatever, I got to pay a fee. If I want to pay my taxes, I got to pay a fee for that privilege of doing it over the phone or online with a credit card. My concern is that in this city, our utility has a very negative reputation already, and it's very widespread. On top of that negative reputation, a big chunk of it is we are the most expensive electricity on the planet. Okay, so that's maybe exaggerated, but that's pretty close to the reputation out there. We all in this room know that our rates are not the most expensive. They're not even near it. They're about the same as FPL. And we could probably stand up here and we could hire a $100,000 PR company and say our rates are this, our rates are this, the same as FPL. We'd get nowhere. The reputation that we have does not help us. And I would propose that, yes, there is a cost and it's not insubstantial. Let's say it's $40,000 a month. Maybe if people shift off at the 375 goes down a little. Let's say it goes down to $30,000 a month. 30,000 times 12, that's a chunk of change. Out of a $60 million budget, it's not a break the bank change. I would say as a commission, as a policy decision, we up here need to think about, do we really want to add more negatives to our reputation? Or do we want to do like most businesses do, which is to say, you know what? I'm not going to tell my customers in my restaurant that I'm charging them a little bit extra for paying with a credit card. I'm just going to eat that cost and I'm going to absorb it in so they don't see it.
Absorb it in means added to the price of the spaghetti.
We would obviously have to add it to, do we sell spaghetti now? But
But I mean, it's the same concept, I mean, if.
yes, and the question that is not a question for Ed or Franco, because they're thinking in practical terms about balancing the budget. We have a responsibility to think in terms of policy for the city and ask, which is the better thing to do for the reputation of our city? Is it worth keeping it at 168, which is not an outrageous cost, and us pay that? Also, a piece of making that decision, in my mind, is thinking about the realities of our customer base. We have a lot of people. It's a wonderful idea to give people the option that, hey, you can do it on, and I'm a little old school, so I don't remember the names, but whatever it is, when it automatically goes flying out of your bank account.
Auto pay.
Auto pay, there you go. That works for people who have enough spare income that they don't have to worry, is this going to bounce or is this going to eat my food bill? We are a community that we don't have tons of people who have that luxury.
Right.
So we're hitting this fee on the most vulnerable part of it. And I happen to notice that on page 147 of the PDF of the backup, we already are bringing in $500,000 plus of penalties and late fees. And I'm willing to guess, I don't have the data, but I'm willing to guess that more of that is coming off of the less affluent part of our society than the more affluent part. That concerns me in terms of policy. So I'm looking to my colleagues to think about, how do we want to do this?
Commissioner, thank you. Commissioner Stone?
I have two questions because, so for the, I saw some complaints, I can't remember if it was emailed to me or not, but about when they mail it in, it takes a while to get to the center.
About 5 to 7 days.
Yeah.
That's correct.
So, but they're being very careful of checking the postmark date,
No, it's just a delay in mailing and processing.
but they don't get a late fee if if it's postmarked.
But see, they don't even postmark a lot of mail anymore.
And we'll give them a one-time courtesy if it's within a day or two. We do that all the time.
So if they're gonna be mailing the check-in, how early in advance do they have to mail it so it gets there in time so that they don't get charged late?
Well, remember, we give everyone a 5-day grace period from the due date. So as long as they mail it
A week
right
ahead.
before the due date
Oh,
or
this,
on the due date, they're fine most of the time. It's people that wait past the due date, then they mail a check. So you add another 7 days to that.
And then for the Dropbox, what is it, the date, do you count the date they put it into the Dropbox?
Usually, if we're open for business between Monday through Friday, 8 to 5, and they drop it in the Dropbox, we'll process it the same day. If they drop it off on a Friday after hours, we'll process it Monday morning.
Okay, and so for this thing that we've already approved, which I've regretted, honestly, what exactly did we omit? Because I was trying to figure out what we're trying to
It was just
short.
the description on the staff report. The amendment, the agreement that was executed by the city and the vendor was accurate. It listed everything in the appendix. It was just the staff report itself that only listed credit cards, not credit card and every other payment type that is processed through the portal.
so we've approved this. This is just the amendment to that. So
It's just
if we've approved it.
updating the staff report.
um,
And going back to Commissioner McVoy's comment about the $1.68, the $1.68 is an accurate statement if they use a regular credit card or debit card. The problem, the inequality comes from the customers that are having these reward cards for frequent flyer miles, or whatever other reward they get. The city's being charged 2.65%. That's what's making our bills go up dramatically, exponentially every month, because we have a small segment of the population that is probably more affluent, that can afford to whip out their rewards card to pay their utility bill just to get the points. And it's costing us a lot more money as a city. We're not a for-profit company, as your example mentioned, which they do absorb that fee because they're making a profit. Public sector, city government, county government, they're all moving to this model because they're not a for-profit business. So they've got to be they have a fiduciary responsibility to be as efficient as possible in their fees and in their transactions.
And that's why I mentioned, it's not it's not fair to.
Are we revisiting the concept or are we amend, I mean, really, let's.
Well, at the time, so I am gonna speak of frustration of looking at how we're billing and charging and everything in these little pieces. So at the time, I think we were still under the impression that we didn't have to raise rates, you know?
Whatever we
And then-
talked.
No, this was June.
Yeah, it was
We
June.
did this, and since then, we've had to not raise rates, then raise it 1%, then raise it 3%. Now we're talking 6 to 8%, and these are the most vulnerable, especially the people that pay with cash that might not have access to a bank account. The reward credit cards, yes, I agree with that. But, you know, the people who are paying with cash and have other options have already seen a $2 increase every month in their bills.
I disagree.
Yeah, I disagree with
They
that as
were
well.
paying $2 to pay in person in cash. They were paying $2
Paying $2.
only, and they could only do this during business hours. Now they.
Oh, they were always paying $2 in
Yeah.
cash? Okay,
Now
so
they're-
that's staying the
Now they're
same.
paying $1.99 and they can do business 7/24 anywhere in the country.
Correct.
So if they happen to live closer to the edge of your territory, they don't have to come all the way to to the annex during business hours with a bag full of cash.
Okay, it was the cash one was, because it was kind of all rolled up in one.
Okay.
That's one, the $375 for this and then $199 for cash. But that was owned as the case.
Right, and the 2.5%, let's say somebody has a $300 utility bill, it's not just electric, this is the total city
Mhm.
utility bill. Right? Let's assume it's a $300 bill. Pick a number and just take 2.5% of that, that's how much the city is absorbing.
Yeah, and if this,
It's $8.
we really, okay. If this was the only option that people had to pay with, if we said you must pay with a credit card, it's gonna cost you $375 a month to do that, I would have much more problem with it. But you can walk down, we are 7 square miles. It's not a long drive to get to the annex to drop it in the drop box. Whether it's a money order, do you take money orders? Okay, money order, if you don't have a checking account, you get a check, fine. So, and I don't think procedurally, we are really limited to the change in this language. We have already voted on the thing we have to, yeah, it's the amendment, right? So we've already voted on this concept. And if we really go back and redo everything we've thought about, because it was a few months ago, we'll never get anywhere. So tonight, the vote is strictly, and if we can just, what is the difference between what we voted for and what it is now is a Scrivener's error. And that is it's in the numbers had to match, and now they do.
It's not the numbers, it's really the payment types. And the
Oh, okay, okay.
So we're
So-
now including every possible payment type.
All right, I'm gonna call the question. I mean, it's 8 o'clock.
Right.
Almost. So with all due respect, do I have a motion to approve it?
Motion to approve.
Thank you. Do I have a second?
Second.
All in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Who's the nay? Oh, the one, okay. Commissioner McVoy is the nay to the amendment to this thing that we've already approved. Okay, thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. The next one, because we've not, do we want,
I'm
it's,
gonna go.
I say, let's take a break.
Sounds good. Bathroom break. Thanks.
Let's take a break. Madam Clerk will be back at about 5 after 8. Somebody give me a piece of pizza. Is there a pizza out there?
Madam Mayor, it is 8:05.
Good evening, everybody. We're gonna get back in just a second.
There may be some technical
But
difficulties.
we have a technical issue going on.
No, we just, the presenter
Oh,
needs to
thank
come on as a panel, the same as all the other presenters do.
Okay, now we have a very easy agenda.
Want to promote Kyle Lau, L-A-U-X, to
Oh,
panelists to present, so we can present.
Yeah, they're currently among our attendees.
Now, I'm just gonna say something. It's 8 o'clock now, and we have a few fairly less controversial issues.
The new business?
Suggesting running through new business.
I'm just wondering if we should do that, because if we're
Thought
gonna,
about it earlier.
I have yeah. Seeing the pace we're working at tonight,
Motion to approve.
I mean, this rate increase thing, I have a feeling it's just gonna be very, very long.
Why?
Sir.
There's like 4 presentations.
There's a lot of presentations. So, everything
Ed,
else
can
is,
you run through
Ed.
the business items fairly quickly?
Want me to be quick?
Well,
yes.
Yes.
the mayor's.
That's like asking both of us to brief.
Leave
I'm
the new
entertaining a
business.
motion to further amend the agendas to get the sort of day-to-day stuff out and then go to the rate increase. Are we okay with that? Okay, because,
I think the person I have to ask is the gentleman sitting there.
Oh, he's locked in all night.
He's staying overnight.
He's been to a couple of these rodeos.
well,
I'm okay with that if everybody else is.
okay, so Madam Clerk, we're gonna go to new business A. There's some,
We're gonna pile through the new business.
we're gonna plow through this day because I don't want to go home at 11 o'clock tonight. I don't think anybody does. All right, item A, new business. But
Yeah, they're good. The person.
I think we still want to plow through the other stuff, right? And then come back to rates.
yeah, that's what we're gonna do. We're gonna
Get Kyle teed up to present. And you should be ready.
We're gonna do new business A, start out with new business A, and just bang through them. Madam Clerk, for the new business, do we have any blue cards? And not blue cards, any public comment?
No, Madam Mayor.
Okay, thank you. Virtual blue cards.
Ready.
We're ready.
First one up is Eighth Amendment to the Professional Services Agreement with Vantage Consulting. Vantage is the company that helps us with our wholesale power supply. They put together our cost of power models, maintain those models. They monitor our contract monthly. They review all of the bills that we get from OUC and from FMPA. They update our power costs. They help us calculate the avoided energy rate for our solar net metering customers for the year. And they do all sorts of energy cost analysis for us in our contracts. For example, if we want an RFP and it involves pricing, they would be deeply involved. They monitor the gas markets and the power markets. And they've done a great job.
Okay, so motion to approve? Motion to approve?
That's a competitive process. It's 197.
Madam Mayor,
Yeah,
I have a question.
okay.
I put my little hand over in the corner, but I don't know if you see it. My question is, this is the 8th Amendment for another 1-year extension. When is the last time this went out to bid? Why do we keep doing amendments and why are we on year number 8?
Sort of my question.
We started with them back in 2017, I believe, and we continued to renew their contract. Their hourly rates are in line with what we pay other consultants, and they have a lot of intimate knowledge of our processes and systems because they actually built and own the model and operate that cost model that we work off of. And they've done an excellent job, but we did at one point reduce their rates from what they proposed to keep them in line with other consultants. and they work with us almost daily on various issues. So they have a very unique understanding. They attend the meetings with OUC on the supplemental power contract, on the phone constantly with us. So they have a lot of close knowledge of what we do.
So there's a lot of historic.
They do. They've been working with us now since late 17, early 18.
Okay, Commissioner McBoy?
Basically, similar question that, and this has come up in the past with the city for a long time. We had an engineering services contract that was always the same person, and it was kind of the same deal. Well, they had the model or they had the data in-house. And one of the things that we at one point looked at was, well, maybe we need to do it a little bit differently. Make sure that the contract says that they do not be the sole keeper of the model, that we get the data and we get the stuff at the end of the contracts, so that we're not tied in and we can periodically do competitive bids, because that just kind of keeps everybody on their toes a little bit and might be a good thing. The other question I have is, obviously, you know, the last 3, 4, 5 months has shown that the community has a lot of interest in exploring opportunities for innovation in the utility. Some of which we're already doing with the big solar power purchases. Other things we're behind the 8 ball on. Are they in a position, and is it of their sort of mindset to be helping us in any of those innovations? Is that reasonable at $200,000 a year that they can help with some of that?
Let me go into some more detail then. First of all, we do have the models. We have the open access to the models. We get them on a regular basis, and they contain a lot of confidential information. So we do in fact have the models, even though they built them. They share those models with us, and we operate in them, do what if analysis on our own, and as well as them. They're more along the lines of a financial advisor, so they understand us. It's not a fixed price contract, it's an hourly rate contract. And the $200,000 number is an estimate of what it might cost for the year. They're not guaranteed a $200,000 payment if we don't. For example, if we use them for 40 hours of anticipated, the bill would be much lower than using the bill would be much higher. We typically issue them tasks, and they work on those tasks, and we monitor the performance and how they're doing. The tasks that we've asked them to do not involve going out and brainstorming for new sources of energy ideas. We will typically ask them for what they perform on a monthly basis is they look at what we pay for power. They assist us in our nomination for the amount of power we want to buy in the next month under the existing contracts. So they look at our history and they say, based on our history, based on what's happening with current weather trends, based on what's happening with your demographics in terms of residential and commercial numbers of customers, this is how much we think we should nominate under the contract for the next month. And then they evaluate that performance. They make sure the bills are correct from the various entities that bills power, whether it's FPO for transmission, FMPA for the Stanton and St. Lucie projects, and OUC under the supplemental contract. So what we have in charge them to do is to say, go out and find some great ideas for contracts we already get into. No, we don't ask them to do that. We do that ourselves and taking feedback from the community. We talked about a resource plan. They were not involved in the resource plan. That was a different company under a competitive bid. So this is more like having a trusted financial advisor who's overlooking your affairs, who is intimately knowledgeable with how you've been doing business and who you have contracts with, and is doing so at rates that are competitive with other consultant rates.
Okay, any other questions?
And they're also, I should also say, they're also holders of, that's not under a safe per se, but they also have a lot of confidential information about what we pay for power, which is most of it is.
I have a question, Madam Mayor.
Yeah.
So am I understanding this then, Mr. Liberty? We pay Davenport Financial, we pay Leidos, and we also pay this Vantage Energy Consulting. We need 3 different firms to help us with our finances?
Yeah, very good question. They perform 3 very, very different functions. So Vantage specializes in wholesale power contracts. And that's what we use them on, is the wholesale power purchasing process. Leidos is a rates consultant. Their area of expertise that we have retained them for is to design our rates for us, do cost of service models and crunch those through their proprietary models, and then recommend what our rates should be. So they interface with, for example, Stantec, who does financial modeling for the city's finance department. Davenport is the city's, and I'll use the term, and Bruce might be able to have a better term for it. They're kind of our banking and finance consultants. They advise us on how much money to borrow, what bonds may be. They walk us through the bond issuing process. These firms are all in very, very different areas of expertise. They sound all the same, but they are very different.
Okay, I have a lot of feedback. I don't know if it's somebody on here named Anthony Rich, doesn't have their self muted, but I have a lot of paper shuffling. So I thought FMPA, Mr. Liberty, had a lot to do with us negotiating those costs. Am I incorrect?
That is incorrect. I'll put this microphone on, so the battery dies on it. FMPA negotiates the cost for the projects that FMPA initiates. So for example, FMPA as a joint action agency initiated the St. Lucie project in the 1980s, the Stanton project in the 1980s, and then for us, FMPA Solar 1 and FMPA Solar 2, they went out for bid on those projects and negotiated the contracts. It was a competitive process. They negotiated the contracts with the builders of the projects and the sellers of the power, and then they negotiated the contracts with the members that participate. FMPA would have nothing to do with our contracts with OUC for supplemental power.
Okay, thank you.
They would not even see those prices. They're confidential to OUC. And
All right, thank
on
you.
the flip side, OUC would not see the contract prices that we're paying for the FMPA solar projects unless they were also participating in the same project. So they're very distinct, separate entities.
Okay. Thank you.
What Vantage does, though, is they look very closely at the bills that come in from all of those, and they model them and they check them against the contract, and they check them against what gas costs were for that month and our nomination amounts to make sure that we're paying the right amounts under the contract. And they have from time to time found errors that go both ways, and they brought them to the attention of both parties, and we get the billing corrected.
Great. Commissioner Brewer, you have another question?
More a comment for us, again, as policy setting. I'm not going to try to second guess you on the different consultants you use for different aspects of running the utility. My only concern is each of them is going to have a sizable bill, and I'm thinking opportunity costs as we're looking to push ourselves in the innovative direction, whatever it is, to help our reputation as a utility, to deal with our very high usage numbers. We're probably going to need some consultant help for that. And I want to make sure that as we're approving these, we're not spending the money that we might want to reserve a certain amount for some of those things. That's my only concern.
Thank you.
Right. So let me give you an example of how that would work, because I think it's important for people to understand, because these contracts are sizable. First of all, we're obviously a very small entity, and to have and the expertise that each of them bring to the table,
we couldn't afford.
We couldn't afford to have it in-house. And even if we did have it in-house, what would that career look like for that individual? Right? It's a very narrow bandwidth in an area where there's not a lot of growth opportunity, right? So you're looking for somebody very unique in the marketplace. So with the use of consultants, we can turn them on and turn them off on an hourly basis. But for example, what we talked about tonight, solar, what we might do in the future. Vantage would it be?
There you go.
There goes the battery. See, that's probably battery. But Vantage would.
Can people hear that are listening if they don't, if they can't? Okay.
So Vantage would be able to, and has done for us already some modeling that says how much energy based on your current growth patterns, what you see coming online, how much energy will you need for the next 10 years? And based on natural gas prices and based on the contracts that you've already entered into, what is that cost of power likely to be each one of those years from each one of those sources? So they help us understand that benchmark.
Okay, thank you. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
Do I have a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
All right.
And that was part of the cost of service. This is, when you talk about cost of service, this is part of it.
Vantage provides Vantage's information goes to Leidos to use in the cost of service model. So Leidos gets our projected cost for power from Vantage. Leidos gets those cost of service numbers for power only from Vantage for the next 10 years.
Okay, moving on to B.
Tenants budget.
Task order number 10 with EC Fennel PA for distribution system planning services for the 6th Avenue substation circuits and southeast quadrant of the city's electrical service area. Is there a presentation from staff?
No, just a comment to explain what this is. The 6th Avenue substation, 6th Avenue South substation is planned for and scheduled for a rebuild and a conversion from an operating voltage of 26 to 4 kV to 26 to 26. So it'll be a voltage regulating station. That means that all of the circuits that are fed from that station will have to be converted to 4 kV. This contract would allow EC Fennel to go ahead and do that planning work that has to happen so that those circuits can be converted.
Thank you. Do I have a motion?
Motion to approve.
Do I have a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Moving on to number C. An agreement for the call center support services with Enco Utility Services LLC. Staff?
Right, no presentation, just a discussion. I know Franco's here in case there's more detail. We entered into a contract, we piggybacked on an FMPA contract a few years ago to engage Enco to handle call service or call center functions for us. That allowed us to take calls 7 days a week, like 24 hours a day. We tried that for some period of time, then we cut back from 24 hours a day, I think, to about 12 hours a day, because we weren't getting much demand for calls at 2 or 3 or 4 o'clock in the morning, but they still answer outage calls for us. So that contract has run its course. It expires, I believe, at the end of December. Which I've been buying, using a Lifeline here for a moment. And we sought to renew that. There's very few people, call center companies that operate in the environment with a Naviline or Central Square product that we have. The call center operators are actually working live in our systems from their locations, and they have to be able to be Naviline conversant. They're working with our AMI system data, and they're working in Naviline, our customer information system. So that contract expires at the end of this month. We then piggyback on an even better contract that was negotiated by the city of Homestead, who uses them as well. We opted to piggyback on that contract. That's what this is, the renewal of the contract using basically the same rates that Homestead was able to negotiate.
Thank you. Any questions from this commission?
Yeah. Help us understand here a little bit why the amounts are 300 plus in 22, almost 500 in 23, and then 150 in 24.
It ties into the expiration period in relative to fiscal year. Right.
It's, again, for the record, Franco Bolito Customer Service, it's really just prorated based on fiscal year. So
Is the fiscal year 23 longer than the fiscal year 22?
No, the fiscal year 22 is shorter because fiscal year, the contract expires December 31st. Fiscal year.
Oh, fiscal year, right.
Right, fiscal year, October to September.
Okay.
So we've got, what, 9 months in fiscal year 22, we've got 12 months in fiscal year 23, and then the contract expires, the Homestead contract expires in fiscal year 24, partway through.
So basically, it's about $500,000 a year, full freight.
Full freight,
Yeah.
I have a question.
Yep.
I'm sorry, I didn't know if Mr. McVoy was done.
I'm sorry?
Is Mr. McVoy done?
I mean, you done?
I wasn't actually, but
Okay.
I have very mixed feelings about call centers. I understand the more expanded hours. I think the reporting of outages, I would have thought that we would be moving to doing that all automated off of the AMI data and not messing with people calling in and pushing the automated data back out to people, text or whatever, and do that way, not mess with call centers.
We are working on that. That's part of that's the reason I'm staying on for the next year or so, is to work on those projects.
We wish the public would feel the same way that you do, but we take over 6,000 calls, over 6,000 calls per month, and customers want to call to report an outage. It is ironic, though, most of the time that a customer calls us to tell us they have an outage, we already know.
You should already know
Right, but-
with AMI, you should know with.
They do, but people
Can
still
you
want to
imagine the
call.
Discussion we would be having if you were to find out that a customer couldn't figure out where to call about the route. So we wound up having a call center, right? A call operator has to take that call, say, okay, thank you, we know, and we have to pay for that call. So these costs, by the way, the average calls are about $2.60,
$2.57, yes.
$2.57 for every phone call. This, by the way, these rates are per call.
Okay, let me ask a
That's how it
question.
works out.
Maybe it's hypothetical, but I don't think it's that hypothetical. I understand that customers want to, hey, power's out in my house. Everybody gets agitated. They want to call somebody. Who are you going to call? I understand that. But if a text came in, as soon as the AMI said one was out or two houses were out, whatever, put some criteria on it. It's got to be more than, one or two or something. Put some criteria on it. The text comes in, heads them off at the pass. Hey, we're just letting you know that you're out, plus two of your neighbors are out or whatever. That's technically very doable. I understand you got to have the database and you got to keep the database.
And I believe you've already approved us to go ahead and do that.
Yeah, we've already
That
purchased the
process is
software to
enforced.
do that. We brought that to you last year. So we've already
Well,
got an
not to be-
implementation kickoff call. We're working on it. By this time next year, it'll be live. So they will get a proactive text message alert that there is an outage currently at your home or your address. No need to call us. And as soon as it's restored, they'll get a text.
Don't
message.
call us, we'll call you.
Well, it's-
Especially at $2.65 a buck and a pop and at $500,000 a year. Let's try to move. And the other thing is that we've all experienced, I mean, everybody here has, that people don't like to call Timbuktu or wherever the heck it is where it's going.
I understand.
And so the more that we can do technically, and the more that we can do local call, there is a call center. I stumbled onto it one time up on Park Avenue. I don't know if they're still there. I haven't been there long, but there is one in town.
These were pursued through RFPs, and these are the companies that responded. We are pursuing this issue aggressively, so we're already.
You're on it. Okay, good.
But I think
It still is a lot of money.
the customers are listening. It's important because ENCO gets paid only by the phone call. Right? So we've instituted a number of things that drive down that cost. The first one of which is an IDR. The IDR went live.
What's an IDR?
The interactive voice response system. So customers by phone will be able to have many of their most common questions answered in 3 different languages. That went live this weekend. So customers will have the option when they call us, they'll go into the IDR and be able to get most of their questions answered. If they can't get the question answered, they'll still wind up with a live person if they need to. What we're trying to do is intercept as many phone calls as we can and handle them with the machine. That does a number of things. It reduces the cost of the phone call, but it also reduces the wait time for the people who really want to speak to a live agent. Because we have between 5 to 15 or so live agents, right, through ENCO?
Well, they've got 25, we've got, 4.
Right.
So if I call and I say I've got a problem with my utilities, it'll be press 1 for this, press 2 for that, or hit 0 and you get a live person?
Press 1 for
I mean,
power outage, press
yeah.
2 for sewer backup water.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
But there's an option to speak with
I
somebody.
do want to bring up a point. I apologize. I want to bring up a point. Those numbers that you read off, the dollars, not to exceed.
Right.
Yeah, I was looking to see if that one.
Procurement and finance perspective, I've got a CYA, make sure I've got enough budgeted there in case we do spend it all.
Right.
Our goal is to not spend it all.
Right.
So we're not going to exceed that amount.
Good.
Hopefully going to spend less.
Great, thank you.
So what's coming is exactly what Commissioner Boyd alluded to. We're working on the next IVR, which will be for outage calls. So that will be a 2-way device. So Tantalus, our AMI system, in spite of its woes, does tell us that a customer has an outage. We're going to have a system which will send an outbound message to that customer that says, we know you have an outage.
Mhm.
Of course, that assumes that the customer is giving us
A correct phone number that you can get a text
But
from.
we can get that.
Exactly, but the system is going to be designed to do that. And then it gives the customer periodic updates. Likewise, if the customer calls into the IVR, it should recognize who they are and what address they're at. And they'll say, okay, by the way, we know you have an outage and this is the estimated restoration time, and we'll give you updates.
That's great.
That's the next phase of the technology rolling out. We recognize that when you look at some of these outages, some of these large outages could be 2,000 to 4,000 customers.
Mhm.
So if just half of them hit the phone lines, you're looking at 1,000, 2,000 calls, flooding a call center, which might only have 10 to 20 people ready to answer phone calls, right? You're not going to be able to get to them all, and the customers are going to get angry because they can't tell us something that we already know.
All right.
Right.
There's also a fee though, I mean, a cost with texting as well, right?
It's pennies per text.
Yeah, I'm just curious.
It's much less.
I
Yeah.
realize that.
The customer service calls, however, there's two types of calls. One is, I have an outage. The other is, I have an issue I need to resolve.
My
Those
bill,
calls
my
are
this.
twice the call cost, right? They're $5.60 some.
Oh,
So these numbers that we see here, these costs go up dramatically. Now, one of the reasons that we used a company like Enco was because for us, they build a call center, to build the infrastructure, the phone lines, the IT systems, the physical space to house all the people, and have it built to Category 5 storms and hold the people. But just think forward for a second.
yeah.
If we have a large storm, our building is not rated for storms. Neither other phone system, and it has no generator. But we'd ask the employees to come in anyway and handle the flood of phone calls that are going to come during a storm.
Mhm.
And a building is likely to be out of power as well.
We should just have a message that when if there's a line like, report an outage, usually report an outage line. They call and there's a request, we know you have an outage. We know at the minute it happens. Thank you very much.
That's what we have today with the new IVR. We
Okay.
have that today.
And in fact, our system operators. and
So we wouldn't have to pay for a call.
Right.
Right.
I've been in the room when they'll see an outage on the AMI system.
Mhm.
They'll call a trouble truck and roll a trouble truck to the scene. The customer doesn't even know that they have a problem yet. The customer and the truck is on the way. If it's a partial power, for example, oh, we didn't know that. We see it a problem. The truck is rolling.
But you guys know the minute there's an outage anywhere.
That's what AMI.
I'm just, thank
Yeah.
you. I appreciate
It
that.
helps with
That was helpful. Thank you.
Her degrees in the mail.
Right.
We need a "Don't Call Y'all" campaign.
Don't call y'all. Don't call y'all. That's terrible.
Call y'all.
Okay, it's 8:30. Do we have a motion?
Motion to approve.
Do we have a second?
Second.
By Vice Mayor Robinson, all in favor? Aye. Thank you. Motion passes unanimously. This is not going as quickly as I'd hoped. Oh, I'm such an optimist.
Ouch.
Now we're at,
Madam Mayor,
yeah,
I'm no longer on land, so I just don't want to lose my connection. I was hoping that we would.
that our problem, ma'am?
No, I'm just letting you know that if I fade out, it's not because I left, it's because I'm not on land anymore.
Well, we'll bear that in mind. Thank you.
Host a drink for us.
Yeah, really. Okay. No, next one is D, which is now E. Second amendment to agreement. I'm afraid to start. Second amendment to agreement with G&W Electric Company for the purchase of 38 kV reclosers. Do we have anything from staff?
Just an explanation of what this is.
A brief explanation.
These are remotely operated switches that we install in the field while we're converting circuits one voltage to another. And then after the conversion, the switches remain there. So that we have the ability to have alternate feeds into customers. So allows us to provide alternate feeds, segment the circuits, which reduce the reliability and redundancy.
And this is something you as our expert feel we need to do.
Exactly. And 38 kV, we talked about 26 kV. These are 38 kV. That's a measure of the insulation value. The insulators operate at a much higher insulating quality than straightforward 26 kV, which in itself helps reduce future failures. And these devices were all remotely operated out of our system operations center.
Okay, thank you. Do I have a motion?
How much would they cost last year?
Are we buying these or are we renting?
No, just
These are contracts to buy up to a certain number of these. And the projects.
I was going.
Motion approved by Commissioner Stokes. Do we have a second? By Vice Mayor Robinson, all in favor? Aye, all right, all right. E, which is now F. Second amendment to the agreement with ABB Inc. for the purchase of magnetically actuated 38 kV vacuum circuit breakers.
Quick explanation.
Quick explanation, I like that.
Out in the field, we have circuit, right, the switches we talked about in the prior item. Back at the substation, we actually have the breakers, like you might have in the hallway in your home or in the closet in the garage, maybe, right? For your home. These are obviously very, very large, but these are the breakers that we need in our substations, with substations that we're planning to upgrade.
Okay, thank you. Do I have a motion?
Motion approved.
Motion approved by, very good. Motion approved by Vice Mayor Robinson, second by Commissioner Stokes. All in favor? Aye. Thank you very much. Item F, which is now, I guess, G. Agreement with Trench Limited for the purchase of 138 kV coupling capacitor voltage transformers. Quick explanation.
Madam Mayor, these are devices that are used to measure the amount of energy that's flowing through the tie line. So this is a part of the new tie line construction. We need to be able to measure the current and the voltage so we can pay for our transmission costs. Required under the transmission.
Didn't we approve some things? We approve, I even talked to the guy in Toronto, I think. Something similar a while back, also for the tile line, also for measuring voltage and current and things.
We may have bought some for the hypoluxo, and I believe those are intended for it now.
Yeah, I don't remember where they were.
Do I have a motion?
Motion to approve.
Did we do that already?
No.
I'll go try. Okay, thank you, Commissioner Stokes. Second by
Second.
Vice Mayor Robinson. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
And all motion passes unanimously, which brings us back.
Could I briefly, before we jump into that, make a brief comment? Because we just approved total ballpark of, I don't remember the exact amounts now, but I'll bet we're past 2 or 3 million.
Mhm.
And it makes me very uncomfortable that I'm not in a position to have any independent information to say, did you wisely just spend 2 million? And it makes me very uncomfortable that we're unanimously voting them. It's really a meaningless vote because we have no significant way to say that's a good idea or that fits into our bigger picture of
But it
providing it.
does, because it's part of SHRIP, and when I talked to Mr. Liberty, SHRIP 2 is gonna be coming around the corner, and we're gonna be discussing that for months before all those votes come before us, is that correct?
And that's correct.
So we're at the tail end of a project that was started a long time ago, and it's a big project, and we've already taken the bond out to pay for all these things and to harden our system, so I get where you're coming from, and we'll be here from the beginning when SHRIP 2 comes up, that's my take.
And I mean, and we are not experts in the utility. We are not experts in the utility department.
But I question my FP&L bill too, so.
To put this in perspective, to give you a sense of comfort on this, the equipment that we buy comes as an outcome of the design process, which specifies the type of equipment, not necessarily manufacturer, the type of equipment that will be needed. We then go out for bid for the equipment, and that bidding process is actually conducted by our procurement department. And then we evaluate those bids. In some cases, we may say, hey, we'd like to have a bunch of these devices that are from the same company so we can maintain fewer spares and focus our training and expertise around a limited number of types of devices. In other words, we would not want to have 5 or 6 different manufacturers of breakers on the high voltage side. We'd probably like to have maybe 1 or 2, which gives us a lot of commonality of spare parts and
I understand that.
So it's been through a process of vetting through the engineering process and peer review in the engineering companies that are doing the engineering. We, of course, have input as the eventual owners and operators and custodians of this equipment for our preferences, for how we operate it. And then it goes through the procurement process to make sure that's a competitive process. So, and then the contracts are reviewed by legal as well. So there's lots of people looking through this whole process to make sure that we're buying things correctly in a very competitive manner.
I mean, that's why we have to trust the information we get from staff. I mean, I'm not, trust and verify, but this stuff is deep, and none of us is an expert. Okay. Here we go. I know. Agenda, what is this, unfinished business or new business B? Unfinished business B.
B, C,
You know,
it's C now, but it's,
Okay.
yeah, rates.
No, that was new business. Establishing new electric utility rates and charges to be effective on either January 1st, 2022 or April 1st, 2022. I'm gonna do have a motion, but just kidding. We gotta try, right? We gotta try.
Motion to skip.
Motion to skip? Yeah, she's got the party going on. Madam Clerk, I just want to ask you first, do we have any public comment cards on this?
Yes, Madam Mayor, I have two.
Two?
Two.
Thank you. Well, Mr. Liberty.
We have a plan for tonight, which is to discuss the rate options, but at the beginning of that, we have a presentation from Davenport, city's financial advisors on ratings, bond ratings, and the importance of, or how rates tie into bond ratings. So we're going to ask Kyle Lau from Davenport to join the screen. I see him waving his hands, and I believe there's a presentation. And
yep.
Kyle is going to drive the presentation from your end. Or do you want us
Yep,
to
that is correct, Ed. And can everybody hear me okay? So
yep.
Check that. Very good. Well, Madam Mayor and commissioners, we always appreciate the opportunity to talk with you again. Kyle Laux of Davenport, the city's financial advisor, which we've had the pleasure of working with you on a variety of different issues. And I think I heard some of the earlier commentary in terms of our role, which is really your independent financial advisor, not just for utility related issues, but really wholesale capital planning with respect to the general fund, the water fund, the sewer fund, electric, et cetera. So I know that the topic tonight is electric specific. So we will, in deference to your time and the hour, which we understand, try and be as succinct as possible with respect to the electric side of things. But I just thought I'd offer that commentary at the front end. And so we do have a presentation. I will share my screen here. Bear with me a moment. All right, can everyone see that?
This was in the package back up.
That's correct. It was indeed in the package. There you go, full screen here. Okay. And so what we're really asked to talk about this evening is credit ratings. And that can be a very big, broad topic, but I'm going to keep that very specific to the utility fund, the electric fund, for purposes of our talk tonight. And so I think it's worth first off saying, okay, what is a credit rating? And why does a city like Lake Worth Beach, and why do most local governments similar to Lake Worth Beach and larger and even smaller have a credit rating? And so what credit ratings really are independent assessments by outside third-party entities. There's really three major in the marketplace. You may have heard these names: Moody's, Standard & Poor's, and Fitch are the three predominant across the country and the nation in terms of credit ratings for a local government like the city. And so what that credit rating really is an assessment of the financial wherewithal of a given local government. And in some cases, which is yours, an assessment of a specific portion or maybe enterprise of local government and its financial wherewithal. And those credit ratings, again, are independent. Each rating agency has their own criteria with respect to how they come up with those credit ratings. But to really simplify it, it's really a measurement of a local government's willingness and ability to pay for its various obligations. And those are two critical sort of points and factors there. And then it's really an assessment of willingness and an assessment of ability. The way they come up with those credit ratings, we won't get into in great detail tonight. It's relatively complex, they're each independent, but I think is a critical takeaway. It's again, that willingness and ability to pay the various obligations the city has. And so why do we bring that up in the context of a utility discussion specific to electric in terms of rates? The city is in a unique position with respect to your electric system. Again, maybe taking a step back, insofar as the last time that rates for users was really raised was back in the 2014 time period. So you do the math there, it's been about 7 years or thereabouts since user rates have been raised. And in fact, during that time period, you've actually decreased, meaning you as a city have decreased those rates that are paid by the users. There's a variety of reasons that the city chose to do that. Obviously, your and prior commission's decision to do that. But a lot of it was driven by, as we understand it, a desire to make sure that your rates were competitive and or below your neighboring jurisdictions and especially FPL. And you've been able to achieve that to the benefit of your ratepayers, to the benefit of the city as a whole. So that puts us in a position today where, as you look at utilities on the whole, meaning across the country, whether it's electric, water, or sewer, you have to think about what you're doing, obviously great detail tonight, about how it is you run that business and how it is you maintain the financial strength and wherewithal of that utility system into the future. And so we find ourselves in a unique position whereby rates have not been changed since 2014, while at the same time, as Mr. Liberty and others can comment on more specifically, we've embarked upon a program with SHRIP and others to significantly enhance the reliability of the service that the customers are getting, again, from the city. And so where that really leaves us is, to the city's credit, you have, again, put off for as long as it seems like is reasonably possible the need to change and amend those rates to keep up with the costs of running the business. And those costs are capital costs, those costs are purchase power costs, et cetera. And it is clear, given what we see in the news, given what we see in some of the numbers from the various independent consultants, the cost of running the business is becoming more expensive. And so you would expect for a utility, whether it's Lake Worth Beach Electric, or really any well-run water, sewer, or electric utility, to be thinking about and planning for incremental annual rate increases in order to make sure that you're keeping up with the cost of doing business. We know and understand that's a difficult discussion, not always a popular discussion, but it is indeed the reality that you and all of your peers face in terms of running the system in a financially responsible manner. So how does this all tie back into credit ratings? Of a credit rating, we'll go to the next page here, on the utility system. And from Moody's. Yep, can everybody see that?
Yeah.
Yes.
Good. So you have a
Really quick, it's Juan.
credit
Sorry.
rating from Moody's.
Kyle, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Do you mind turning your camera off? Because you got a little bandwidth, so you're kind of getting stuck
yeah.
when you're talking.
Ah,
It should help with the.
okay, bear with me one second.
lost the presentation.
You shouldn't lose it by turning the camera.
Is that-
Yeah, but keep sharing your screen. There you go.
There you go.
There you go. Sarah, if you don't mind doing the same, just turn your camera off, as long as you can see, you should still be able to see the presentation. Thank you.
Okay, is that better for everybody?
Yeah.
Very good. Well, so again, you have a credit rating from Moody's on your utility system. When I say utility, in that instance, I mean a combined electric, water, and sewer. That was obtained last year as we went through that bond issue for the first portion of the SHRIP. And they're also, by virtue of some of your other financial obligations with FMPA, are credit ratings that are tied to FMPA's obligations, independent of the city, but because we are such a large participant in one of those FMPA projects, specifically St. Lucie, the Fitch rating agency has been looking very closely at Lake Worth Beach, really for a number of years, and has seen the progress that the electric utility has made over the last couple of years, instituting the SHRIP program, enhancing its financial resources in terms of the reserves and the coverage levels. But they basically have a review process whereby they're looking at our credit ratings with respect to that FMPA project. And so again, why does that all matter to us? What really ends up being, in our opinion, the most critical piece of why this all matters is ultimately these credit ratings determine the cost of both financing new capital projects and paying for the power that we purchase from the various entities. Again, they are a demonstration of our financial wherewithal, and the higher the credit rating, meaning the stronger the credit rating, the lower our cost as a city to go finance capital projects and or to buy into the various entities that Mr. Liberty ends up, sort of negotiating with in terms of buying the power that your users end up using on their end. So ultimately, what we're really saying here is that a credit rating is a determinant of the cost of running a utility. And the higher the credit rating, the lower your cost of financing and paying for all the critical capital projects that are required to run your electric utility. And furthermore, again, what we see is an increasing cost of running that utility because of gas prices, because of inflation, no fault of your own. It's a national/international trend that we're all dealing with. And what these rating agencies are really expecting, no different than any other utility, is that we will make our incremental changes as needed and as necessary to maintain the financial wherewithal and the financial strength of the utility. And ultimately, what that really ends up doing for users of the system is, over the long term, it keeps your cost of capital, meaning your cost of borrowing for projects, as low as is possible, given various interest rates, et cetera. So we wanted to point that out and maybe give you that as an overview, because we know it ties into all the various very detailed discussions you've been having with respect to rates, with respect to various obligations that you have, whether it's solar or other capital projects, but really find ourselves in a position, we're a bit of a crossroads, and the city has been able to, again, stave off any user rate increases for upwards of 6-7 years, which is really, it's really pretty unheard of in the world of a municipal utility. And find ourselves now in a position where the rating agencies are really expecting that we will make good on the willingness to pay side of their assessment as we think about the future. And so with that, that's probably a lot in a short time period, Madam Mayor. Try to keep that as succinct as possible. I'm happy to just pause there, and if Juan or Mr. Liberty, anybody wants to add anything or ask any questions.
Sure. I have a question. We have, you've told us Moody's is A1 and Standard & Poor's is AA, but you don't tell us what Fitch has us rated as.
Yes, a very good question. So Fitch, we do not have independently a rating from Fitch as a city. The city of Lake Worth Beach does not have a rating from Fitch. The FMPA folks obtained a rating from Fitch when they basically borrowed and have refinanced and improved the St. Lucie project. That is what they call a private rating. Private meaning it's not a published rating, but it is in the investment grade category. And that Fitch rating ties into the ability of FMPA with respect to our St. Lucie project, and their ability to go refinance debt that they've taken out for that project, of which we are a major participant, and refinance that for savings purposes. So
But they're
again,
not going to, I don't,
Fitch rating.
but there's
Go ahead.
there's no negative reason that we are not rated by Fitch. It's just the way it works.
It's our choice.
It's our choice. Okay.
Yeah, the
Who needs it?
that's correct.
Okay, thank you. That's the first presentation. And I see your light. I see your light. Okay, we have a question from Commissioner Foy.
One of my questions was answered. I was curious too about the Fitch rating, and I guess what I'm hearing is that they provided a rating only for FMPA. We're go along for the ride because we're one of the largest partners on the St. Lucie project. And I guess you're saying as much as you can share is that we're in the investment grade, or FMPA is in it. So my questions are, at least in your PowerPoint presentation, you mentioned that the ratings were for Lake Worth from Moody's and S&Ps were for GO bonds, general obligation, not for revenue bonds. Is there a separate rating for the revenue bonds, which were the ones that we issued more recently?
Correct. Yes. Yeah. The presentation was intended to be pretty broad based, but you do have a separate rating for your, meaning Lake Worth Beach, revenue bonds.
And
your
what-
revenue bonds, you have a Moody's, just a Moody's rating of A2. You can see my mouse.
I believe my computer went quiet on me, but I believe that's up from A1. Is that correct?
No.
Down from A1. Where? Okay,
Down one notch.
down one. And that was Moody's for the revenue
Correct.
bond. And what was S&P for the revenue bond?
S&P did not provide a rating, and again, that was our choice. The only rating we have on the revenue bond is the A2 from Moody's.
And then to put this in context, since none of us have, as you heard earlier, either engineering, well, some of us do have law degrees, but not me, nor do we have finance degrees necessarily. It would help me at least, and probably my fellow commissioners, to have an idea of typical municipal credit ratings or typical municipal credit ratings for cities that are about, 25 to 50,000 or 25 to 100,000 or something or other.
Yeah, how is it? How are we doing?
Are we at the bottom of the heap? Are we at the top of the heap? Are we right around the middle with the rest of the pack? Some idea on that would be helpful.
Yeah, so broad brush, we'll talk about utility specifically. You would be arguably in the middle anything in that, and I don't know if you can see my mouse on the screen, but anything in this third tier, which is where you are, is considered a strong investment grade credit rating. There are
Describe it.
a number of utilities.
It's his thing. It's it.
We're not seeing your screen. Can you, I'm looking, I think we can all look at the chart. That's the second slide of your presentation. But if you could tell us that same information again, because we can't see it.
The third tier.
Okay.
Third tier, strong.
Yeah, you are in the strong investment grade category, which is the third tier of ratings. And so again, talking broad brush, that would be classified that as very solid, but middle of the pack. Anything in the AA range is higher. There are the rare utilities that are AAA rated, but for you to be in the strong rating is again broad brush. It's middle of the pack, very much investment grade, but middle of the pack relative to higher in terms of ratings.
You have questions?
And one up from the fourth tier, which even the fourth tier, which you might not want to be in, but it's labeled as adequate capacity to repay. So they're not too nervous that they won't ever see the money. So we're even.
That's right, but there is, there is an element here though of how the marketplace views these ratings. So as you start to move down from that strong rating down into that adequate rating, the increase in cost is not typically arithmetic, if that makes any sense. It's not a
linear.
Yes, it's not a linear, if you can still hear me, increase in cost. It becomes more exponential in terms of the increase in cost as you move down into that fourth tier. And the other point here is that while each of these rating agencies is independent, they are aware of what the other agencies do as they go and assign ratings and review ratings like they do. So while Fitch for the moment is basically up against a timeline to review our electric system specifically, we ultimately will have to have a discussion with Moody's, who rates our utility bonds, and bring them up to speed with financial strength and wherewithal of our system. And so even though they each are independent, what one does, the other will see. And so we just point that out as well.
Okay, is that it?
That's it for me.
Okay. And I see no other lights on. Commissioner Maliga, do you have any questions?
Oh, ma'am.
Thank you. Okay, thank you very much, sir. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Up next.
Using that as the intro, understanding the importance of ratings, Fitch does rate the St. Lucie bonds, and we are a part of the St. Lucie project, which is going toward refinancing. A successful refinancing represents about $2 million a year in savings to us on that project. And we are the single largest participant in the FMPA group in that project. So we have approximately 24.5% to 25% share of FMPA share, which is equal to 22 megawatts. The other participants are very, very concerned. In fact, there was a meeting convened this week of all the other participants in the project, to which I was invited to attend and did attend, but it was a very frank conversation with the other participants about what's happening at Lake Worth Beach and what's the concern that Fitch has, and what could potentially happen if Fitch weighs in negatively on Lake Worth Beach's finances.
And why would they do that?
Why would Fitch do that? Fitch has expressed a concern over our willingness to raise rates. The fact that we have not yet provided audited financials, which of course we have since provided that. and that we maintain adequate coverage ratios going forward. So in a separate exercise, Bruce and myself, Bruce Miller, our finance director, myself, and Davenport have been meeting with Fitch to work through their concerns and give them examples of the types of things that we would do to reduce our operating expenses and our borrowing expenses in the future if our rates did not keep up with our wish list of things that we would like to do.
Would that be cuts in services and things like that?
It could be, yes.
You're a killer. For the electrical guy, you're like killing batteries tonight.
Something like about the batteries. Right? But they want to see does management have a plan? Does management have the wherewithal to bring forward a plan to cut expenses and limit operating costs in order to maintain ratios? And if rate increases were not possible.
Which could include scaling back Shrip 2 potentially.
Absolutely. Absolutely. That's one of the things that we're studying. Regardless of the exercise, we look at the size of the projects that we undertake, the timing that we do them. For example, while we might scale back the timing of the projects in Shrip 2, the projects need to be done. We would just push them forward or push them back, if you will, a year or two and stretch it out. So we would take longer to do them. What we don't want to do is borrow a lot of money at one time if we can't spend it within a 2 to 3 year period of time, because then you're incurring debt service on a project you haven't started yet.
Right.
So I really don't want to get into taking on debt in more than about 2 year blocks, because I want to make sure I can get that money deployed in the field before I go borrow the next tranche. I don't want to have money sitting in the bank on paying mortgage payments on that I haven't used yet. I want to be able to shorten that time frame.
Is one of Fitch's concerns our reserves?
Yes.
Okay.
They look at all aspects of the financials. They pour through our audited financials in detail and our non-audited or unaudited pro formas for operating income that we look at monthly. We provide that for them, and they go through an extensive amount of detail. And they have their own proprietary models that they look at.
And what, if I may ask, how many months does Fitch consider adequate reserves? And what we mean by reserves are money in the bank for rainy days, essentially, to the public.
I'm going to use a lifeline with Bruce, but they would typically refer to that as working capital.
Okay, how many months of working capital?
They haven't given us a specific number that I'm aware of, but typically they would look at for 90 to 180 days. But let me ask Bruce to step in and speak to that.
Yes, thank you, Bruce Miller, Finance Director. For the record, as Ed referred to, they really don't have a set parameter, 180 days or 100 days, et cetera, et cetera. Coverage ratios are very, very important. Working capital is very important. They're very similar, but they're different calculations, if you will. So if you take,
Go ahead.
okay, if you take those the three stools, if you will, you want to maintain those ratios as best as we can. Right now, I'm going to say we're relatively break even with limited working capital. Okay, so we had to start building that working capital. It's not like we are up at 100 days already. We're down below 50. So we need to start working in our unrestricted fund balance, which is another ratio is also limited. So along with the borrowing and whatnot and rating agents, ratings associated with that, the other conversation is building our reserves, our capacity, so that we have flexibility, budgetary flexibility. I don't know why I'm holding this. So we need budgetary flexibility, because flexibility is, again, is a function of your cash and bank, your savings account. So the more flexibility we have, the better we can sustain. And I just throw it out, we haven't been hit by a event yet.
Say that.
So, if the comment earlier tonight is, can we push this out 5 years, 8 years, or whatever the case may be? Well, what's our risk adversity to having to spend significant dollars
There's reasons for why we do things.
Yes, or not.
And Mr. Liberty, is the fact that we are a little short on our working capital one of the reasons that we're looking for a rate increase tonight?
That's correct.
Thank you, thank you. Good answer. Quick answer. So do we have another presentation?
Yes, we do.
What's up? What's up?
We're going to go into the presentation by Leidos, our rates consultants.
Okay.
And we have Craig here. Craig, you want me to slide? I can drive.
God bless
Yeah,
you.
probably.
I know.
Yeah. And then you can speak from the lecture.
Can we find we need new microphones or something? Do we have them in the budget?
Being dealt with right now.
It's being dealt with. Thank you.
Or not.
Goodness.
Solar power. Okay, good evening, everybody. Craig Shepard, Leidos Engineering. It's a pleasure to be here again. And this is an update of an update, I believe. And let's go to the next slide. So in answer to some previous question, what we're talking about tonight is what we talked about before, plus increases in natural gas costs.
Okay.
So we talked about, increasing working capital, matching the Stantec model over several years. And now we're adding on the last few months, increases in natural gas costs. So we've, updated, we've looked at fiscal year 22 and 23. We've updated natural gas costs and updated the overall revenue requirements for those 2 years. And then we want to see what effect that would have on rates based on the cost of service analysis we've already done, and revising rates to meet the long-term working capital goal. That's included there. And then and revise rates according to city policies, industry standards, and the PSC guidelines. Next slide. So just a few slides that were provided by FMPA, since they provide you some of your power. When they did their budget of just a few months ago, the natural gas forecast was down on the red line you see there. And now you see the latest in November, it is gone up quite a bit. So it's, probably about $2 per BTU increase. And, the last few days, it may have gone down a little bit more. We're hoping it goes down, but we have in there what the latest forecast of natural gas price.
What's the blue line on that last one?
The blue line is the November futures price for natural gas. And back when the budget was done for FMPA, it was in April, May.
What's typically done in the budget setting process, and it was actually a comment made by a member of the public early on, which gets to this point. You're looking at natural gas futures prices, which is the price that gas is projected to sell at some point in the future. And these contracts are traded daily.
Mm-hmm.
We use those forecasts as the market is moving to project what gas is going to cost us each month. And then we crank that through our models to say if gas is going to cost $3, our wholesale power is going to cost X amount of dollars. If gas is going to cost $5 or $6 or $5.20, we recalculate. We hold off on setting our budget for the Stantec modeling until about August 13th, 14th, 15th. It's about as late as we can go and still meet the city's budget guidelines, right, for timing. So we looked at the futures prices in mid-August, literally, I think it was August 13th, and said, okay, that's the number. Let's crank our prices, give them to Stantec, and it goes into the models that you saw. Then you saw panels A, B, C, D, E, and additional panels that Commissioner McBoy had run to help illustrate some points, right, which were helpful. So we set the budget at that time. While we were in that process, August, September, and October, gas prices went way up above what the models just at the beginning of anyone, they were moving by the day. And that's what you can see here. FMPA was doing a similar process. So we borrowed the slides from them because they have their own members that are in what they call the All Requirements Project that are experiencing this because they have to pay higher prices of gas. So this is an example of what they were looking at. So the dollars that they were looking at, the cost that they were looking at when they were setting their budget are very similar to ours. And then this slide actually gives you a sense of this is what happened in the markets. And you can see this goes back 5 years that we've been enjoying gas prices in the range of $2 in the last year or two. And then look at 2000 and 2000 to 2021 to 2020 to 21, how they started to go up. We reflected some of that increase in the budgets that we gave you. What we didn't know is that it was going to spike up as much as that. And I've often joked, if I had known that, I wouldn't be here talking to you tonight because I would have bet long on it with the money in the cookie jar, right? But it's not enough in the cookie jar to make that work though, but you get my point. We're guessing, right? We're using the futures prices.
When we plug into the, into your model, did we do like the 5.270 number in there, or is there some other?
We plug in what's called a strip, which is 12 to 18 to 24 months of prices. And we plug those in each month and crunch the model and say that month, based on that futures price, that's what our cost of power will be.
So if you go to the previous slide, it's like the area under the curve divided by 12.
Correct, effectively. And what in the models that we're presenting tonight, since we see the futures dropping off as we go out into the future, what we're proposing in a couple of these options that we'll get into more detail on is to not try to recover all of this cost increase between April and October, but blend it out and extend it so we pick up some of those cheaper months. We're going to take the risk that the price will in fact go down as the markets are indicating, and we're not going to try to increase rates to recover it all right now. Blend it out over time. So blend and extend to ease the pain.
And this,
And how often is this model changing? So this, the red line was what we would have seen in.
If you track the markets, this is traded every minute, every day it's on the screen at CNBC and the various, financial shows. You see natural gas prices are trading constantly, and then it settles at the end of each day. It settles at the end of each month. We get updates, and I look at the markets every day. Florida Gas Utility, which is the equivalent on the gas side of FMPA, publishes numbers every 2 weeks or so, and we can see that they've started to come down lower than the projections. Part of that is tied to the winter has not been as cold yet in the north as was expected. As a matter of fact, I saw some of the national press this morning, breakfast I was reading through it, and it has not yet been as cold in the north. So that's helping to keep prices down low. A lot of this ties to this chart, which is referred to as rig counts. And rig counts is a count of the number of rigs that are actually drilling or producing. And you can see that the rig count, which is on the left-hand side, was up as high as 800 or 900 plus rigs that were operational. And as you click forward in time, look what happened by May of 20. The rig count dropped dramatically. So it's basic supply and demand. If the rigs are not producing, gas to go in the pipelines, or there's no pipelines to move it, guess what? Prices go up with supply and demand. And the red line is the price of oil. The price of oil is very closely tied to the price of natural gas. Because often when you're drilling for oil, you're finding gas, natural gas liquids, which you then clean the liquids out of and you wind up with natural gas. But that's a very good proxy. It's an indication of what's happening in the market. As the rig counts drop dramatically, you can see that the prices turned around and started going up rapidly. Now the rig counts have come up, the prices haven't come back down yet. And that's tied to how much gas that would be put in storage. One of the phenomenons of the market is that gas is taken out of the earth, processed, moved distances, and then put back into the earth in storage caverns in large volumes. And people who trade these markets, who bet on the futures, are looking closely at the Farmer's Almanac, believe it or not. We're looking at the winter's forecast, what the Weather Channel is saying, what the National Weather Service is saying the winter will be look like. We're looking at the volumes of gas in storage. The other thing that they look at is this. What is this? This speaks to LNG, liquefied natural gas. Upwards of 20% of the natural gas that's produced in this country, it's liquefied, put on ships and shipped to Europe, Asia. Every BTU, every therm of gas that they can get, they want. And there's gas shortages and price spikes in Europe. So there's tremendous pressure for those markets to have that gas. So the gas exports continue as we try to refill storage, as the rig counts try to recover. That's driven up prices of natural gas worldwide.
Question about the rig counts. Why is the, if we go back, how often are they changing these rig counts? It's such a very jagged line. It seems like a very fluctuating.
Yeah, this information actually comes out of the Department of Energy, I believe.
Every other week.
They update those monthly.
Actually, those are every other month.
And it changes that drastically every month.
it's up to the drilling companies that either open up the rig, keep the platform staff and the rigs working or shut them in. And that's how quickly they'll do it.
Elections.
So very jagged.
Yeah, that's the market. Companies open and close their, start up and shut down their rigs as they see fit.
Okay.
While we're on the gas thing, couple pieces that might be relevant to that. One is we should all be aware as we're thinking of how we get fuel and how we fuel our city. 2/3 of the gas, so-called natural gas, there are a lot of folks that are saying we ought to call it fracked gas rather than natural gas. 2/3 of that gas is fracked. And a lot of people have a lot of concerns about fracking. You can certainly expect that that is going to additionally drive prices up over time. My question for you is you mentioned that we could be in a situation where we have so much solar, we don't need to do anything with gas at all.
During a few months of the year, upwards of about 6 months during the year, during daylight hours, we expect our natural gas use to go to near zero. That's one of the advantages of having gone long, if you will, have bought so much solar. And one of the advantages of continuing to go with solar is that it reduces our exposure to these types of swings in the market.
Exactly.
So when we go into solar, we're getting a fixed price contract based on a solar panel and its degradation over the 20 years of its life and the investor's returns that we're looking for. But we get a known price. It can either be a fixed price or a slightly escalating price, but we get a known price that hedges against high natural gas prices. The prices that we were able to obtain, again, I can't disclose those for confidential reasons, not my confidentiality, but the confidentiality of the seller. I can tell you that when we're seeing $5 and $6 gas prices, those solar projects are extremely attractive financially. They're very, very good for us. So we, in essence, without actually buying futures contracts to hedge our risk, having so much solar is in fact hedging our risk, as is having 38% of our power coming from nuclear. So nuclear is a relatively fixed price because it's a large fixed cost. You can refinance it to get it cheaper. The fuel cost doesn't really change that much. But it's a good hedge against fossil fuel prices. And solar is another excellent hedge. So our challenge is going to be to buy more solar, but put it in storage so we can shift it to those other hours and continue to displace natural gas. That's good for the environment, good for the climate, and it's good for giving us a competitive position. We just have to find a price at which it makes sense in the volumes, but it's going in the right direction.
And sort of a side comment, we often talk about the cost of storage, and there are multiple ways to do it. As you know, you can use, and it's a real problem that solar only runs during the day, as you mentioned earlier. So what do you do at night? You either have storage that's 24 hours, which battery storage, nobody's there yet, at an economical rate, but there are other ways of storing. Use it to make hydrogen, use it to do a variety of things. If you're in a hilly area, pump water uphill. That doesn't work so well in Florida, but
the Earth has stored it for us as well, and it's called ocean current. So one of the things that is obviously very early in development, we still have our toe in the water, if you will, on that issue, is looking forward to successful development of offshore ocean currents. So that's a significant base load, zero carbon, extracting that energy from the coast. So now that's not going to change things in the next 2 or 3 years, 4 years, or 5 years. That's really long term. But I do believe that there'll become a time, but we'll get to a day, it could be decades from now, but the people who sit in those chairs will say, hey, that was a good idea that Lake Worth started looking at ocean current energy, but it's not there yet. It's a experimental developmental technology that has to get off the ground, and we're hoping to get the grants to do it.
Right.
Solar is much more current, batteries are much more current, no pun intended, than ocean current. But we're exploring these issues is the right thing to do, entering into contracts, understanding what things are going to cost and picking the right time. That's the right thing to do. That's why we have a resource plan that we've talked about, being anticipatory. I don't want to be behind the curve. I want to be right at the start of the curve. That's where I think this city should.
And the piece to add to that is when we think about the cost of battery storage, for instance, which is still pricey, But we have to compare that with the cost of a nuclear power plant, which is billions. I mean, we saw earlier in the community solar, those white boxes that we saw next to the panels and the panels, that's the whole plant. Compare that to the engineering and cost and materials and safety of dealing with the waste products, all that stuff. It's orders of magnitude different. So as we think about our financial planning and hedging against that stuff, I think battery storage needs to be
It's
in the
important.
range.
It is very important, and you need to have a mix of resources. Let's take some extremes. Let's say we were 100% nuclear and the nuclear had to come down for an outage.
Yeah.
Either planned or unplanned. Now we're at zero. Where are we gonna, how do you scramble in the market and go find power in a hurry? Let's say we were 100% gas and it was right here in the city. And gas prices took off like that and we had no tie line, for example. Pre-1972, no tie line, just oil and natural gas. We'd be in a really tough spot today. But as far back as 1972, when the city built its first tie line to the outside world and built oil and gas fired units, entered into the St. Lucie contract for 22 megawatts, entered into the Stanton contract, coal, four-letter word today, but it played a part of the portfolio for many years and still does today. Those things are important. Solar, very hard to get to 100% solar without going to massive battery investments. So you need a mix in the portfolio to make sure you're balanced. The same thing as you would do with your own investments for your retirements, right? Would you put it all on one particular investment or would you?
Apple.
Right, so it's a resource plan, We have more to go with solar. Solar hasn't, if we add the battery component, solar can be a much bigger piece of our portfolio.
And that's developing, that's getting better. Thank you.
And I'll also add conservation. I know Commissioner Boyd is big on conservation. That is a part of the portfolio.
Cheapest kilowatts.
As opposed to us who like waste. Okay. I have to.
I know, you couldn't resist.
I couldn't resist.
Thank goodness for these right here.
She's lucky. There are moments.
This is the greatest thing ever.
Forget COVID. Yeah, we're keeping these up.
It's all in good nature. Okay, let's keep going.
Natural gas.
Okay. We did go down a bit of a rabbit trail there.
And so what have some of the other utilities in Florida done already? FP&L, they filed for fuel increase and they've already settled on a base rate increase. So they're going up 12 or 13% by January. That's your neighboring utility you want to be like. Well, now you don't want to be quite like them because they're going up by 12%.
Who's deaf?
Duke Energy Florida. And they're going up 6 or 7%. Pico, Tampa, another 12 or 13%. This is by January. So one of our options is to maybe increase your rates in January or April.
And on this, and I love this because it's very easy to read. On this scale between 14 and 0, what are we proposing? We're proposing 9,
8, 5 and 8. 8% residential, 5%. That's case 1.
Okay, so that's well below.
Well below. You'll be residential, you'll be below by significantly.
And we're below them today.
Next slide, one. I have sort of good news, bad news. One bit of good news is that looks like the winter might not be too bad. If it's reddish, that means it's
Cold
warm.
now.
So January, February particularly look warmer than normal. That means natural gas prices might not be too bad. Next slide. So for Lake Worth Beach, we're looking at several alternatives, 4 alternatives actually. Like we say, since September, natural gas prices have increased significantly. We didn't have to raise them right away because that might have been normal fluctuation, but since September, it's definitely a spike. One bit of good news is Lake Worth Beach is less sensitive to natural gas than a lot of nuclear. You're getting solar. You don't have as much natural gas as say FP&L. And as Ed was saying, the proposals we're looking at would recover these cost increases over either 18 months to 21 months. 18 months if you change in April, over 21 months, over 22. Because we're thinking in 23, things are going to go down. St. Lucie's been refinanced starting in 23. Other natural gas prices hopefully will be going down some. So, we spread it, not one big chunk, spread it over 18 months or 21. So the cases we looked at was case one is move a little bit toward the cost of service, make a difference between residential and commercial, effective April 22. Phase two, what happens if you just increase everybody the same percentage effectively?
You mean commercial and residential?
Commercial and residential, yes.
And the proposal we have now is residential goes up, how many in
Case one is
8 and
8 and 5.
8 and 5?
That's on the next slide.
Okay,
We summarize them on the next.
thank you.
Case three was move a little bit toward the cost of service, residential versus commercial. And if you could, get it effective January 22. And case four is everybody has the same percentage increase for each class effective January. And the next slide sort of summarizes this. Case one, effective April 22, residential about 8%, commercial about 5%. And that just on the last column is how does that affect residential at 1,000 kilowatt? You look below the existing residential rate for Lake Worth Beach is 107.99. January 22 for FPL, the neighboring utility is at least 119.
Wow.
That's fuel and base rates, and they have other adjustments. We don't know what those are.
So the 107 and the 119 are accurate comparisons.
Yes.
Okay.
And then, the cases run from 114, 116, something. And like I say, you can adjust a little bit between residential and commercial. I would recommend, we did the cost of service, we knew that that commercial is subsidizing residential. And maybe even that out a little bit. Move over the years, get that a little closer, so commercial isn't that much.
Is that standard to other companies? Commercial versus?
There's always some mismatch between commercial and residential, but I think, I think over the last 7 years, you wanted to definitely focus on residential, get them.
I'm asking for the other companies.
Like Duke and Tampa.
I know on the FPL settlement rates, they are raising residential more than commercial. I tend to think that the big IUs subsidize more commercial, but the municipals.
So we're not that different.
You're not that different. You're especially on the municipal basis.
That's.
Can I ask a question on the April versus January? Because it's assuming we want to do one of these four options, which there are a lot of other options that could be done, but start to not break our heads at 9:30 at night.
Thank you.
A choice between when you start the thing. In terms of what it would cost, either the residential or the commercial, I'm guessing there's very little to no difference. The total cost over the 18 or the 21 months, it's just you've spread it slightly different.
Spread it 3 more months, yeah.
So, but the net effect, assuming that the business and the resident is here the full 21 months or using that period, it's a wash, whether we start in April or January.
That's right. The total dollars would be the same. You pay a little less of an increase if you start earlier.
Right. Maybe you feather it in a little better if you start earlier, but your total bottom of the line is about the same.
Not too much.
And then to help us, or me anyhow, to understand the difference between the cost of service and the even. The even means you're trying to even out the increase between residential and commercial. That's what that even refers to.
Right.
So if we're going to go up, do we want to go up a little more on residential and less on commercial, or what do we want to do?
Okay, Commissioner Stokes has a
I think
question.
Commissioner Robinson had.
Oh,
I just was interested in how we're gonna spend the ARPA money or the federal money. And if the cost of service can be affected by that money, can we lessen the cost of?
I don't think that's eligible.
Yeah.
I mean, if
And even
you
if
had other sources of money, at some point you could reduce rates or not raise rates as much. You don't know what, I mean,
Ed's playing the lottery. I hope.
Well,
He'll put half of
that federal money, the ARPA money exists.
Right.
It's
Was
not a-
any of this
That's a
due-
one-shot
That
deal.
was my question though. I said, with these increases to natural gas prices, was any of that due to COVID? Because if it is, that's why the government gave us a bunch of money, is to protect our residents from unforeseen crazy things that might have impact their lives due to COVID.
And there,
Yes, sir. Come on up.
unless they change, you cannot use ARPA to offset utility rates.
Even the unrestricted. Okay.
But as infrastructure,
You could use it for infrastructure, but you can't use it to offset.
so we can adjust Ed's budget from SHRIP to raising rates.
Where did dollar raise?
I think
And use.
Should we buy him a
ARPA
vacuum
for-
faster flipper? I don't think so.
there's a whole bunch of things on the table that you.
Well, I understand
potentially-
SHRIP as being infrastructure.
If I, you could use capital dollars there to augment, but you also have other issues within the utility fund, such as their working capital, et cetera, et cetera. It's a more holistic issue.
I'm not questioning the fact that we're going to raise rates.
Right.
I'm just saying, I want to consider using the federal money for the infrastructure.
That conversation is yet to be had.
Yeah.
And you can always.
Well, it's going to affect my choice of how much we're going to raise the rates.
But we don't know, we don't have those.
Let me add some clarification. These rates are for where we are today. This is not for future borrowings. Right? Or we will be coming back. There's a small amount, roughly $775,000 of interest debt service
Right.
in anticipation of SHRIP 2, but it was only for a partial year. It's not all of the debt service for SHRIP 2. So in order to fund SHRIP 2, we have to come back and look at how we're going to fund SHRIP 2 down the road. But we know that everybody else is going up X percent, 3, 4, 5, 6% every January is going up. But these dollars are just to solve where we are today. I also say that I'm not aware that ARPA funds are available to the electric utilities for electric utility infrastructure. I'm not
I
sure.
don't
that they
think so
are.
either. But they could potentially be used as a, for people who are struggling to pay their bills due to COVID, you could set up a separate fund, I think, to help with that, or to offset, I don't know. That's something we'd have to look into, but we.
Under the Build Back Better plan or some of the other plans, there are dollars in there, for example, for electric vehicle charging stations and other things. But the big dollars that we have in our programs are not related to, like, it's building the basic substations and circuits and poles and wires out in the field. So it may not apply to those types of activities. So this is not looking far. This is basically the deal with rates issues that we have today.
Yeah, and I think you're gonna have to look, a year from now and see where you are a year from now.
Right, and the increased cost. And I'll point out too, as for every dollar of cost that go up, we need $2 of revenue, right? So if we take a dollar out of the utility, we have to bring in a lot more money to make that dollar that left the utility, right? So the rates have to be much higher. We either have to get much more volume of kilowatt hours that we sold to customers, or we have to raise the amount that we charge them. Because what falls to the bottom line is, or the gross margin, is the net after we take out the cost of the product that we bought that we sold. So it's not a one-to-one type of relationship.
I have a couple of questions.
Yeah, go ahead.
If we could just go back to that natural gas settlement slide that we got from FMPA. I just have questions about That one, yes, that one. So did we use that $2 did we use these numbers in our updated plan?
No, not exactly. No, these numbers, this is representative of what we look at. These are not the actual numbers, and we did not use FMPA's exact numbers. We use this slide because it helps to illustrate the situation that many others are in. We used different futures numbers that we locked in the middle of August, which would be slightly different than these. And of
Why
course,
don't we have that on here? What we actually use. The reason why I question it is because I was doing a quick cram session trying to get caught up on this stuff, because this is a big deal. And I know it seems like each thing that we do is $1 versus $1 versus $1, but they add up quickly. That's for the 1,000 kilowatt customer. And then you have customers that are more than that. Rent prices are going through the roof. Our people are struggling. And it counts. And you have people that are paycheck to paycheck. And when I see a 6 to 8% increase, it feels heavy. And what I was seeing is, from Bloomsburg and all over the places, natural gas futures plummeted as much as 12% in the US forecast. It shifted warmer through the month. Contracts for January delivery fell 11% to $4.87 per million British thermal units. I'm just are we using a worst case prediction right now to set these rates higher than they might actually need to be in this moment? Is there a way that we could potentially do something like 4% across the board in January, revisit it after the winter when we have action happening, and then see what we need to do at that time?
I think, one of the things we did in this rate design was we separated all the fuel cost or the purchase cost adjustment separate, so that normally you would adjust it every year, or every 12 months. But since that's pulled out separately and you look at it every month, you could revisit that in a few months and say, well, we got to cover up, you're losing $200,000 a month now. So you want to start, either January or April to recover this.
Right.
But the way we've set up the proposed rates is that if fuel costs go down, you can adjust your PCA right away. You don't have to wait 12 months.
under the resolution, we're required to come back to you once a year, no less than once a year, and present to you where we are in the fuel clause. So think of the fuel clause as its own separate fund, if you will, and you're supposed to recover enough dollars to keep that equal. So if you deplete it greatly, some cities use a stabilization fund. It's a little bit of a shock absorber, which we're looking to create, and say, hey, if gas prices go up slightly, we need a little bit more money. Let's not immediately raise the rates. Let's try to take it out of the stabilization fund. If rates drop, yes, we can consider dropping. But what you're supposed to be doing, this is universal and written. I frankly was surprised to find a utility that wasn't doing it until I came here. That you're supposed to adjust the fuel lane. But we needed to get a handle around our total finances to say, what should the base rates be? And what should the fuel rate be? The city should not be taking risk on fuel. It's supposed to pass on the fuel cost, the actual PCA, directly to the customers. It shouldn't be profiting, shouldn't be losing from it. It's supposed to be adjusted annually. We've just now, the last 12 months, really got to the point where we completed a cost of service study, because we had our arms around the financials well enough to do that, to get back on track with adjusting fuel. Fuel hasn't been adjusted here in a disciplined, educated process since 2014. It was done manually by staff by saying, that should get us to about, there's no detailed cost of service study done like we've done here now to say, no, this is what your fuel number needs to be at, and you need to revisit this periodically. You can certainly revisit it quarterly if you want. We're going to be tracking it monthly, right? So you could come back and say, hey, I need it to be higher or I need it to be lower. We can certainly bring you those numbers and tell you how we're tracking. But you need to start somewhere. And where we are today is
what we need, what you're asking for.
Madam Mayor?
Yes, ma'am.
So, I'm hearing what you're saying, Mr. Liberty, but I'm a little taken back at the fact that you're telling us that fuel charges should be adjusted as they adjust at least annually, but then you just said that it hasn't been adjusted since 2014. Here we are 7 years later. Does that mean that when fuel prices went up, we lost money that whole time? Or does that mean that when fuel prices went up, we raised the prices, but then we never dropped them back down?
No, we dropped the.
Fuel costs actually decreased and we left the fuel charge the same, it stayed the same. We could not change the fuel charge in a vacuum because we didn't have a good handle on our financials. So it took a lot of financial cleanup on the part of the finance department to get a much better set of financials and our consultants to nail our contracts down. We couldn't do it.
Okay, so now what you're saying is that now what you're saying is that every year we're gonna go back and we're gonna, at the same time every year, November, December, go back and look at fuel prices and adjust them accordingly. So our customers, our residents aren't overpaying for fuel.
That's correct.
At least every 12 months.
Yeah, at least every 12 months. That's what the resolution requires, that process be done no less than annually.
Okay, I would think that it would be wise for us to do it before budget. Wouldn't that benefit you?
It could be done as a part of the budget process, but you will not have finished the fiscal year. You can pretty much pick any time of year that you want to do it. You could certainly do it during the budget process.
I would think that it was something that we should look at during budget, but that's just my opinion.
We're not opposed to that. We've been trying to figure out what date to pick. We could certainly do it as a part of the budget and have it coincide with that. Recognizing that the fuel numbers are moving, we just have to pick a. We'll wait till the middle of August, look at the futures contracts, what we call the 12-month strip for October through September of the following fiscal year. We'll set the fuel charge, make it present it as a part of the budget process, and then we go. What you should be doing is truing up. So if you underspent or overspent, you're going to increase or refund, right? And what typically utilities will do is let's say you over collected on the fuel charge. Let's say you set the budget and gas prices were at $4. And then over the course of the year, gas prices came in at $3.50, for argument's sake. You now saved some money, but you were charging at the $4 rate. What you should do is you take the amount that you saved and you say, well, I'm going to give it back to the customers over the next 12 months. You smooth it out. What some companies did during COVID was they give it back as a lump sum, right? We held steady. Those companies went down for 1 month or 2 months, and then boom, they went right back up to where the market for natural gas was, right? We stayed the course because we were also in the process of a rate study, cost of service study, to say this is what our new rates are, the base rates and the new fuel charge. But it can certainly be done at the time of budget. It's just a matter of when you choose to do that.
I think that would be a great idea. I don't know how the rest of the commission feels, but I think that it would just be something that would then become part of the regular practice. Is if it's part of during the budget process, we see what the numbers are. If we need to issue a refund, then we see that ahead.
Seasonally?
Market fluctuates every minute of the day.
Yeah.
And seasonally, yes, it does. Generally speaking, natural gas prices will tend to be higher in the winter than in the summer, generally speaking.
But we just saw that graph and it's noisy, but it didn't have a strong annual cycle to it.
Right. And there's temporary dislocations in the market. For example, there was a huge crisis in Texas in February. And say, well, what does Texas have to do with us? Well, it shut a lot of the gas wells and gas pipelines and caused natural gas shortages, right? Prices spiked in natural gas. At the same time, one of our hedges against gas prices, which was a coal unit, Stanton experienced a fire. So it was out of service the month of February. So we lost that production and our prices spiked. But then gas prices came back down to the summer and then started climbing. And the numbers that we used in August reflected the numbers we were looking at. And the numbers that we're looking at today, which are not necessarily the ones on the slides, are numbers that we gathered about 2 weeks ago because we had to meet the deadline for submittal for this meeting. And those are baked into the new rates proposals that Leidos is using tonight.
Is there a reason we can't look at this quarterly? Like, so our residents could potentially be overpaying for a year before they start, and then over the course of the next year, they experience some sort of refund.
We track our power prices monthly. We can give you a report quarterly, but I don't see
municipals have a monthly adjustment, but that goes up and down.
Right.
You know, quarterly is good, every 6 months is good, or annually, and then if something major happens, you look at it, you can change it.
I think due to the nature of this particular,
Cycle.
yes, I think it should be revisited. I don't want to wait a year.
Right. Well,
Well, we would
look at it every month.
At the very least, we would come back with new numbers in August for an October 1 date. But we can certainly track it monthly. If you want to adjust rate your fuel charge, if you want to adjust that monthly or quarterly, that's entirely up to this body. Right now, the way that the resolutions have been consistent for many, many years, I think is no less than annual. But that's your decision as policymakers. Recognizing, of course, we're all hoping it goes down, but it could go up too.
Right.
That we have to go, in theory, you're supposed to pass that cost through us. So then you have to, it went up high in 1 month. Let's say you're doing monthly adjustments. You say, well, now I have to recover it next month. And I look at that month, it'll go down. And
Yeah, I think monthlies too, our customers would like some predictability. in
you also,
those.
right, the mechanics of our updating, changing our billing models that to calculate the bills correctly every single month. Right?
Yeah.
And the lag time. So you have to analyze that, calculate the impact on our cost.
I think quarterly.
Quarterly sound.
Consensus on quarterly, and it's still not going to affect our major decision.
That we're doing, right?
What we could do is you could pick whichever option you pick, recognizing that in there there's a base energy charge and a fuel charge. You could also say, come back to us no less than quarterly, and let's decide what quarters you're referring to. So do you need, is it every 3 months? So we implement January 1. We give you the January through April numbers. We give you or January through March. We give you those numbers sometime in late April. Because it takes some time to get the numbers calculated, punch them, come up with a new price, and then get it on the agenda at least 2 weeks before the meeting. So you'd be making an adjustment probably sometime in May, I'm guessing. To go into effect on June 1.
So
it's always going to be a little.
Have a consensus on quarterly adjustment.
I think we just did that, yeah. Yep.
All right.
Madam Mayor, just
Yes,
a reminder.
I'm about to do that. Don't worry, I've got my eye on the clock, just like I'm so good at reading the clock. And people doubt me. Do I have a motion to go beyond 10 o'clock?
Reluctantly, yes, I so move.
I wish nobody would. Damn you, Mr. McCoy. Do I have a second?
Retract my motion.
Do I have a second?
Second.
All right, all in favor?
Yes.
Aye.
Yes.
Bills.
I didn't hear Sarah.
Order a pizza.
You had her hand up.
Okay, so this is a summary of the four.
Reluctantly, I had my hand up.
Yeah.
Summary of the 4 options. I have each individual case. I thought I might just go through case 1, show you what cranked all the numbers.
Let's let him keep going.
Case 1, we got rid of the capacity charge, rolled it up in the energy charge. We have the PCA broken out separately and increased the minimum bill like we talked about before. And so the proposed 22, this would be April 22, would be 116.65 and 1,000 compared to neighboring utility would be at least 119.37. So residential, let's rate. Here's another.
So that's if we start in April.
That's it. Yeah, that's April. Commercial.
Would it help us any to break this decision-making into pieces and say, hey, what do we think so far about just starting it in January? Since the cost to people is the same, whether it's April or January. The advantage of starting earlier is that the jump is less. Do we have?
January it is.
January.
And that's, I think, what you.
Whatever it is.
Based it on, correct? January?
No, residential.
Case 3.
April. Okay. Oh, so case 3.
Case 3 and 4 are January. So we can maybe skip over 1 and 2 if we have consensus that we've looked through this.
Yeah, so case 3.
Sarah, is Commissioner Malega on board with that?
She's on board.
She's on
We
board.
have consensus now.
Yeah, we have 4. Commissioner Malega, are you still with us?
Yes, does that mean I can leave?
Almost.
We're being
No,
efficient.
you have to stay there till the very end.
Give us some numbers.
The bidders.
So case 3, the bitter end. Case 3 would be residential raising at 7% if we're starting in January, commercial 4%.
Right.
And, we have talked on many occasions about, we would like to give a little you know, our commercial rates are higher, so that would actually help with that.
A little closer, yeah.
Okay.
We have a lot of slides here. I don't know how many, we wanted to give you a lot of data in your package. so you
geez,
can look
yeah.
at it. So it gives you the gradations of what happens within each group. So for example, in residential, anything from 500 kilowatt hours a month over to 5,000 kilowatt hours a month under case one. And what the existing bill would be, what the proposed bill is, and what the difference is. So I don't know if you want to go through that in all great detail, but we'll let that interest people, so we did in fact.
Thank you very much.
We appreciate it, but I think we've got consensus to skip, to throw the April options out. So why don't we move straight to 3 or 4? And maybe even before we look at the detailed table of the kilowatt hours, which I appreciate seeing, but
That was helpful.
screen just went away again. If we went to the, the two options are residential takes a fairly big bump at 7%, commercial only a 4%, or give them both a 6%. I mean, we're dealing with prices, our costs have gone up. And in addition, a decision was made many years ago to artificially hold our rates residential to FP&L and hell or high water what the cost of the utility were. And that resulted in us spending down our reserves, is my understanding. Director Liberty has done a lot to try to reduce costs to build that reserve, but we're only up to about 0, which is why we're having this discussion. Do better. Or not, he needs to do better, but we need to bring in more income. I'm hesitant to do such a big ding to the residential side. So my preference would be to look at case 4, the 6 and 6.
That was also my preference, and somebody can correct my math. I was trying to go back through our older records. That might be. Okay, so
Trying to get to the right slides.
Yeah, there's a few of them.
for commercial, we compare to
alternatives.
150,000.
That again?
For commercial rates, we don't compare to 100,000, we compare to 150,000 customers. What I saw.
1,500.
Or 1,500, yeah, 1,500. Thank you. And,
Excuse me, which slide would you like me to go to? So I have the.
oh, can you go to option 4?
Option 4.
Option 4, yeah.
So from what I was looking at
For commercial.
for commercial, was our discrepancy between us and our neighboring unit, I couldn't find, okay, so our discrepancy was like 19% or something, around 20%, but if we move to this one, it's closer to 10%.
Yeah, because neighborhood utilities going up more than what we're.
Even though I know the last time we were talking about increasing residential and decreasing commercial, it made me very nervous to do. Even if we do it flat across the board here, the difference between what our commercial is experiencing now, and we talked about being competitive, we're chopping that differential down almost by half. Even though we're spreading it across evenly between commercial and residential. So that's why I feel comfortable going with this option, is because we're still seeing that gap close significantly. And I really do worry about our residents with rising rent costs and everything else that they're facing right now. So that's why I was leaning towards this case.
So let me make sure I understand it. I think what you're saying is that if we went with the 6 and 6, case 4, we would be moving commercial from 160. No, the differential
Is.
The difference between 160, 184 versus 191 and 203.
right. So that's a $30 difference in the one, and it's a.
And we're still higher in commercial rates.
Oh, yeah, oh, yeah.
We were always going to be higher.
We're probably always going to be a little.
Yeah.
It's just standard.
And remember that a fair amount of our commercial, I don't know the percentage yet. You sent us part of it, but I didn't have the total. The fair amount of our commercial is Palm Beach State College, some big places like the auto. Wayne Acres, and schools. When we're thinking about commercial, I think a lot of us are thinking about mom and pop stores and how we gotta look out for them, which we do. But their usage is generally much smaller. We are getting closer to narrowing the gap to FP&L. And, you know, the schools and things, they have other ways to recover that revenue, I think.
Yeah, at a very high level, there's approximately 340 customers that should be in what we call commercial demand.
Those are the big ones,
right?
The biggies.
But the 2,700 plus, of the 3,000 commercial, 2,700 plus look a lot like a big house or a small house.
Yeah.
Right. They just happen to be commercial in nature.
Right.
And those are small businesses, probably, I'm gonna guess 5 to 10 employees.
Yeah.
That type of, small restaurants, things like that. The other ones are very, very large, the colleges and the schools, for example. The college happens to be on a special contract, which they've been on since the early 1990s, which does adjust. However, the whole structure of the contract, sorry, college, if you're listening, but the whole structure of that contract needs to be relooked at.
When does that happen?
It evergreens in 2-year cycles. So we've asked Leidos, as soon as we get through this, Craig is going to be looking at that contract to say, yeah, is it appropriate?
Yeah, and I have to say something. Everybody's talking about, the residential, and I mean, I see people buying Starbucks that, you think, but you're talking about small businesses, mom and pop businesses. Those are the people that are investing their money. They're paying their electricity someplace else for their home, but they are taking money and investing in our city. And what we are as a city is not just who we live with, but where we go and shop. So when I look at Lake Avenue and these little people that are trying to keep the business open, to them, it makes as much difference if it's a few more dollars than it is to the guy that maybe can't buy. And that's a bad example, but I mean, just, a lot of the people in our town can't afford electricity. I mean, the focus is, and I don't mean any disrespect to anybody, but, we keep talking about the lowest possible bar of, the lowest possible group of people that are struggling the most. And I don't mean to add to their problems, but we also have small businesses that are struggling to stay alive. So the difference between, the residential and the commercial, I think we owe the commercial people who are investing their money in this city the courtesy as well.
I hear you on that, but one thing that enlightened me a little bit was I was curious when we first talked about raising commercial rates to look at, and I only looked at restaurants because I didn't know what other businesses to look, but I said, hey, how does the budget for a restaurant kind of break down? Where does utilities fall in that? And what I came up with, you Google it and find things, and obviously it's generalized and it's not specific to any restaurant, but generalized utilities was about 5% of the typical, recommended to be 5% of the typical restaurant budget. Utilities included phone, gas, electric, and water.
You're talking about Googling something,
What's that?
I'm
So,
sorry, but
I hear you on, we need to look out for everybody and we should give away electric free if we could, but we can't. I don't think Ed would approve that.
And across the board, the commercial is traditionally
a little bit higher. So if the 5% number is in the ballpark, let's say it's off by a factor of 2, it's 10% number. So, they're going up $15, that's 10% of their budget.
well, I mean, you Googled it and 5% of restaurants is that.
No, that was recommended budget. If you're planning, set up, that's what you should.
I understand, but we have restaurants. We also have little people that are trying to sell vintage clothing on Lake Avenue. We have.
They're going to be even less because
Madam Mayor, can I say
small
something?
house.
Sure.
I have to say, I agree with you in regards to the small businesses. We are trying to attract people to come to Lake Worth. And when you're looking at the neighboring utility and it's $24 to $45 more a month.
Mhm.
I think that the one thing that we really need to look at, if we do vote for this, is our water rates for commercial rates are exuberant.
Mhm.
And if we can help by lowering those and getting more in parity with where we need to be, then I think that will help the small business owners, seeing that we are trying to be small business friendly. We understand, because it is one big bill that everybody looks at. They don't separate the electric, the garbage, the sewer, right? So if we can find a way to go back and review our water rates with commercial, as Brian has said that we were going to, I think that will help lessen the blow, if you will, financially to some of the smaller businesses.
And that's a creative way of looking at it. I just think we need to look out for everybody, not just the.
I agree.
Well-
I think that a small business, if they're spending
This would-
1,500 kilowatts.
This would be a
hours month,
small business and you are narrowing the gap.
And they would be, we would be passing on, that we'd be increasing what they're paying now from 191 to 203, so that's what, $912. I imagine a small business is in an easier place to absorb a $12 a month increase than somebody who's already paying their bills month to month. And we have I'm not looking at the lowest people. Yes, I am looking at the most vulnerable people in our community. We know we have a high rate of poverty in this area. We know that. And we know rent increases. This is not the only cost that they're going to be absorbing, is what we're going to be voting on today and coming up in December. They have a lot of other costs that they're going to be absorbing, between one or two maybe salaries and daycare and everything else, where I would hope that our businesses are set up in a way that they can absorb a $12 a month increase.
Or raise their own rates,
Or
I'm
pass it
sorry
on
to
to
say,
other
but
customers.
residentially, you don't have that option.
Yeah.
Businesses do have the option of adjusting their,
So as we, I mean, and
Case
we're
four.
talking about a couple of dollars, we're not talking about a lot of dollars, but I just want to make a point that there are businesses out there that are running through their savings, trying to keep their rent up because retail is in danger. That's all I'm saying. I mean, I'm not gonna quibble over a couple of dollars, but I just think we keep talking about the look, it's not just the people, the residents that we have to worry about. We have to worry about helping them. And I think Sarah, that's an option, but when I talk to these little people, retail is dying.
Right. And I think that's true, but it's not dying because of utility costs.
Well, it's people aren't struggling because of one particular thing.
Competing with Amazon and they're competing with high rents.
Yeah, their rents are going up too.
so I just,
I mean, I'm gonna go along with whatever we do, but I just wanted to make a.
appreciate concern for small business, but they have more options than
You can say that, but all right, let's not belabor the point.
let's move on.
Let me just say something. As a small business owner, if I turn around and I increase all of my members' payment by $1.99 or 10 of them by 50 cents, my phone's gonna ring off the hook. Why did you increase my rates? Well, because the city increased. I mean, you've got to think that unfortunately the commercial person has to pass it to the end user. That's just how it works.
I imagine you have more than 24 customers. But I don't think that you would have to pass that cost on.
Jim,
Like,
that
please,
was just me giving you a synopsis that there is a restaurant who's gonna have to say, my coffee is gonna have to go up 50 cents or whatever it is to absorb the cost.
Yeah, it's not nothing to raise commercial rates, especially when our commercial rates.
I completely understand that, but to raise anything $1 would be saying that you're trying to make that up over 24 customers a month or 24 items a month. Like that just is unrealistic. If they have a lot more options to spread that cost out, maybe 10 cents a month on one item on the menu. I mean, I just want to be realistic about the numbers that we're dealing with here. I'm sympathetic to businesses and we have to care about everybody, but.
Turkey costs went up 20% this year, which meant $1. But it's 20% made a difference. The dollar didn't. I'm just.
All right, so let's keep moving. It's
marketing.
Let's keep moving. So we're talking about case number 4.
With quarterly.
With quarterly reviews.
Good.
So case 4 starts in January.
Correct.
All right, do I have a motion?
Madam Mayor,
Yes, ma'am.
I do have 2 comments.
Okay.
The first is from Victoria Mesa Estrada.
I'm sorry, Madam Clerk.
Shayla doesn't have confidence.
I was like, what do you got this?
I don't think Shayla wants to get involved.
No, Shayla doesn't. She's a smart, Shayla is a smart woman.
Bring her here for this.
Madam Clerk, please read the comments.
Okay. Victoria Mesa Estrada, 242 Pennsylvania Drive. Dear Madam Mayor Resch and distinguished commissioners, I am writing to voice my opposition to the proposed new electric utility rates and charges to be effective on either January 1st, 2022 or April 1st, 2022. I think that a rate increase at a time when we all continue to be faced with a pandemic and new COVID variants, it is simply irresponsible and unfair to think of any rate increases. Many residents in our community continue to be affected by the pandemic, whether it is their health or their financial situation. We must show compassion to those neighbors that cannot afford to pay a rate increase. I hope that you would reconsider your decision and extend this discussion for a later vote when it is clear we are moving towards a pandemic recovery. Thank you. And the last is from Hillary Keys, 1212 Lake Avenue. I am very concerned about rate increases in the current economic climate. Many residents and small businesses are struggling to pay current bills as it is. Perhaps the needed additional revenue could come from big business, from those who can afford more. We help elect you to this commission because we believe you to have more empathy for our struggling neighbors, and I hope that will play a major role in your decision on this and other matters. Thank you.
Thank you. That's it, Madam Clerk?
That is it.
Thank you. I just want to make sure. All right, so we have a motion.
I think we do.
And we have a second. Who did the motion and the second for the clerk?
I think I did the motion.
Motion by Commissioner McVoy, second by Vice Mayor Robinson. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Okay. Nobody wants to raise your rates. We all pay these rates. Remember that. I mean, we're voting for a rate increase on ourselves. Sarah and I are both small business people downtown. We pay commercial rates. It's just a fact of life. And we thank our staff.
It will cost our residents more if we prolong this.
Yeah.
I mean, this is obviously a horrible position that none of us want to be in, but the more we delay this, it's just going to, honestly, we should have probably raised rates a year ago.
Well,
but the more we keep delaying it, it is going to end up costing more.
And we're really talking about not a huge rate raise. So I know that we're all anxious to leave. But we're not going to leave yet. I see Mr. Liberty has his hand up and then I have.
That is Mike.
One comment is echo your comments. I sat at this table 4+ years ago and said, I'm not going to ask you to raise rates until we've exhausted all avenues to keep rates low, right? And we took our wholesale power prices down by $20 a megawatt hour. What is that? $9 million a year of savings. So we've been operating since 2014 with 3 rate decreases and no rate increases. And yet we've had rising costs everywhere. So it's not a proud moment. It's not a good moment. There's no victory laps or any of staff nor you to say, hey, we raised rates. It's not a good feeling, right? So we have gone through a lot of work to try to make it as manageable as possible. So that's not to get, but you've done a tough thing. This is not an easy thing to do. It's not a popular thing to do, but it's reflective of the actual economics and what our financial statements tell us. And we look at this from time to time.
Yeah.
The second thing is what you've approved tonight is case 4 with quarterly reviews of the PCA. We'll implement that. We will then bring you a resolution to that effect at the December meeting to actually formalize that. But we will start planning on doing how we're going to implement quarterly reviews of the PCA, and that's all going to work.
Yeah, I mean, those rate decreases are not raising it. I mean, it looked good, but it was unsustainable. As it was digging into our.
It didn't fix the problem.
Right.
Didn't fix the reputation.
It was unsustainable, and partly because there were no cost-cutting measures that went along with it.
Right.
The cost cutting that we started in 2019, when the new power contract, if that had started a year or two earlier, that would have helped, but that did not happen. But that's, one of the great.
Right, we're here now.
Place a team that could in fact do that, and we delivered those savings. And, I'll keep promoting solar, and that's gonna have, part of the reason why these rates are not gonna go up as much in the future is because of that solar coming online and being so competitively priced.
Okay, good.
That's a benefit.
Thank you.
And thank you for going through the process. It's not easy, but thank you.
And somehow we need to get to the public the fact that we're competitive too.
If we told them that, if a voice from the heavens came down and said, tell them, I am that voice. It's, Commissioner McVoy, had you add?
Very much to that. I think what we've learned out of the experiment to keep the rates below FP&L, below or equal, which we've done for 7 years. I don't have any data on what our reputation on Lake Worth having the most expensive electric, but I would bet you any amount of money that our reputation has gotten 2% better at best and probably has held, the same.
Because it doesn't, right.
Well, and here's why because our reputation for being expensive isn't rates. It's partly because we combine water and electric on the same bill. Bad idea. We're going to fix that. We're committed to fixing that. The other part of it is that we have more than half or about half of our users are above the industry standard number that we used on our planning there of 1,000 or 1,200 kilowatt hours a month. So a bunch of people are using way more for a variety of reasons. Some of them, they know they're using a lot and they're fine with it and they're not worried about the cost. You don't have to worry about those people. But there are a bunch of people who are in that situation and shouldn't be. And those are the ones that we need to work on a real commitment from us on policy, on, first-class energy audits, first-class educational incentives for landlords to push them to do some of these things. Thermostats, all of that stuff, energy conservation rebates that the advisory board is working on. We're already doing, we're looking a lot into renewable energy as a hedge against this. We've done some, we're looking at more, and demand management as an additional piece of it. So let's commit as a policy that over time, we're going to help at Liberty work in those directions, because that's what's going to address our reputation. It's the rates. With all due respect, we know that you have the voice from above, Mayor, but I don't think even you are going to be able to convince people that our rates. I can't even convince my wife.
No,
we get into fights about it.
It's very frustrating.
And it's because of the high bills. If they see a bill of $400,
but now
that means they're using about 4,000 kilowatts, which is 4 times the number. That's where the problem.
As far as, and I know that we want to, come up with some creative ideas about how to help it, but I also think that if we're raising the rates, we shouldn't do something to help our customers that will raise our costs, because then there would be no point in raising our rates. Am I right?
Well, except that we heard something very interesting that I was going to mention earlier. The fuel charges should be a neutral, should be a pass. So if we conserve, that shouldn't, if we're priced right, should be conserving should not be a hit to the utility. It should be a benefit to the consumer. The base rate that keeps the so-called the lights on, keeps the wires paid for in the poles, that needs to be held. We need to cover those costs, which I think this rate study does pretty well at doing that.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner,
So even though, this is hard for all of us, and I know it's hard for you too, Mr. Liberty, I do want to thank you for the work you've done so far, because I think, and I didn't write the numbers down, I think Tampa just had to increase their rates double digits, and their 1,000 kilowatt hours is now 120 something. And I think they get like 75% of their energy from natural sun cracked gas.
Cracked gas. Yeah.
Crack.
And so the work that we've done so far is, it's bad that we had to raise rates at all, but it would have been much worse if a larger share of our portfolio came from natural gas, as we're seeing in other areas. So thank you for getting us at least to this point, and then we'll continue to go further.
Thank you. Thank you. Well said.
Yes.
I second that. Listen, our staff, again, I'm gonna say it as often as I can, when I see any member of our staff, I just go, thank you, thank you, thank you. I ran to Emirate today and somebody with the parking, I went, we love you, thank you. I have one thing I'm gonna bring up, which has been brought to my attention, that we have a meeting schedule, a regular commission meeting scheduled on December 21st. There apparently is some thought to not having that meeting on the 21st. I'm a woman with no children, so it doesn't matter to me. I'll meet anytime you want, but I think it's important to some other people. So do we want to have a meeting on the 21st, or do we want to skip the meeting on the 21st? It's the Tuesday before Christmas.
We can, Madam Mayor, and if I may double down, there's also a pre-agenda morning of the 22nd, also scheduled.
I said,
And what's your
slide on the
point?
22nd, at least.
If you're gonna make one motion, just.
No, we're talking about like, because you know, city commission meeting is a long thing that sometimes goes to 10, 20, 10:30 at night. So it was, somebody mentioned to me, I'm bringing it up. I said I would bring it up. Do we care? Do we want to have a meeting on the 21st?
I don't think our attention will be really focused.
I think preparing for that meeting would be challenging as well with all the holiday events and everything
Okay.
that we go to. And
Would you give us a light meeting with like?
Well, this is what I will say, and I appreciate, Madam Mayor, you bringing it up, is there are a few items that staff in preparation have put in the Muni code that sets the agenda. Tomorrow morning, I have a staff meeting with my directors. I will ask them if there's anything that's time sensitive.
Right.
I don't perceive there is from what I looked at.
Mhm.
And those things could get pushed to the first meeting in January.
Sure.
Is the goal.
Mhm.
But if there is consensus, I'll move forward in canceling that meeting and moving those items to January. If there are time sensitive items that have to be dealt with, that just cannot for whatever reason, then I will reach back out and say the 21st is on, it's a light agenda. And we move on.
if there's only one time sensitive thing, is there a way to get it added to December 7th?
An emergency meeting.
There's that possibility as well that I'm considering.
Okay, it's just, even if it's a light meeting, it's still staff the week of
No, yeah,
Christmas,
yes.
everybody having.
But I have to now go back to the city manager's mention of the 22nd of the morning of the 22nd. Now, that's a morning. That's not.
No, that's a bigger deal.
You're pushing it.
No, I just, full transparency, there's a meeting.
And we appreciate
As
it.
you wish.
We look forward to it.
Carmen will love to be there.
Yeah, that's great.
Wink.
We have
Oh, that's right. Oh, you're gonna be there.
surfboard Christmas tree.
Have you seen it? It is adorable. Our Public Works Department,
It's got nothing on us.
I'm telling you,
A surfboard Christmas tree?
our
Yeah.
city,
Oh, I gotta go see this.
yes, it's up at the beach. Our city
Leisure services and public works staff.
Team.
worked together. They made, our Public Works people made surfboards. They're up there like a teepee with a little fence around them. I don't know if it's lit at night.
I think the idea is to represent a Christmas tree made out of long surfboards.
Longboards, yeah.
Yeah.
And it's painted beautifully.
Painted and
Cool.
I don't know if they're lit at night. It'd be cool if they were lit at night.
no one.
We can work on that. We can work on that. We do lights.
We have, I want to say.
We get a solar light.
We could.
I'll handle solar lights.
Just, I don't recall a point of order, but just logistics.
Yeah.
The resolution, which goes along with the vote that you had tonight,
Yeah.
that resolution would be for us to bring it forward on December, if we had to bring it forward December 7th, that's only 7 or 8 days from now. That might be too short of a time frame under your rules. So that might have to go on the 21st. So they can be effective
fine.
in January.
I thought I saw on the backup that it was coming back to us December 7th.
If,
Is that wrong?
if you, we could do it, that if you
Oh.
agreed to have us bring it back as quickly as the 7th.
Do we have
It's okay
consent
with me.
to allow this to happen so that we can skip the 21st meeting?
Yes.
Okay, so yes, thank you. Bring it on the 7th. Thank you for bringing that up.
Let's keep hanging
And I'm
out.
also, there's gonna be,
Oh, no. Here, what I've noticed, the minute somebody says, I walk out, and I'm a slow walker, okay? But the minute I go out there, it's the sheriff and I, and he waits for me. He's so polite. I'm like, hey,
Where did these people go?
we used to hang out a little bit after meetings. Okay, so we're not gonna have a meeting on December 21st
If there's not.
unless there's an emergency.
Emergency.
It'll be an emergency. We will have an agenda meeting on the 22nd. And that our all division heads will attend.
there's one item that I know, and I appreciate you bringing up the reso, and that is the ratification of the PU PMSA CVU, which was scheduled for the 21st, but I was gonna add it as an add-on to the 7th, so that the process of cutting the bonus checks
Oh, right, yeah.
for the holidays. So that was the only thing that jumped out at me on the.
Okay, so we can do that on the 7th as
So
well.
we're already ratifying IBEW on the 7th.
Right.
So this is just bringing the bone
Yeah.
out at the same time.
Yes, Herman.
Does this represent Mr. Ruiz's last meeting official?
It does.
Yeah.
So do we, or I do want to thank you for your leadership and continue making Lake Worth better.
You have done a yeoman's job, really. It's not been an easy year, a lot of changes, a lot of stuff. You've risen to the occasion, you've worked well with us. And I'm glad you're not going away anywhere.
Is that a wink wink?
No, not at all. I'm dead serious. I'm very glad you're here. You've been a tremendous help. And
now you can go fishing.
I think we should have like an official handing of the something,
Yeah.
you know, on the 7th, because
I'm gonna hand her this chair. No, but I thank you. It has been an honor and a privilege, and it's been a learning experience. As you guys can tell, I have a lot of deep care for this community, always have since I was a kid. But none of it would be possible without an amazing organization that's filled with people like Mr. Liberty and Anthony and everybody that's here. Chrissy and staff, it is truly the epitome of a team effort, along with you in your leadership, and you showed and demonstrated immense leadership tonight in a difficult decision, and you continue to do that. So it's a privilege to be a part of this team, because, and Carmen will be part of a team, because it truly is a team effort. And you know, I look forward to, I won't be far, be in the back.
it'll be right there. I mean, it's gonna be right here. It's just-
But thank you for the opportunity. And it's been a blessing, and
Thank you
we'll
again.
be back tomorrow morning.
I mean, you know, how unique to have someone in your position and remaining in, you know, the position that you'll be in, who does have such a heart, HEART connection to the city and the experience that you have. And it's been great.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And we're gonna talk about where's your office gonna be?
My actual office is actually at the golf course. and
No,
has been.
and I think
So I'm a little strapped for space in this.
Jessica doesn't need that big office.
Well,
You need 5,000 square feet.
we'll work details out.
Do we have a motion to adjourn?
Motion to adjourn.
We have a second. He's gone.
Good.
Favor?
Bye.
Have a great night, everybody. Thank you so much.